Sound check one. Good morning and welcome to the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee meeting for Thursday, October 2nd. We do have quorum. I'm going to call this meeting to order. In chambers, we have Councillor Pauls, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Taddison Beattie, Councillor Cretch, Councillor Maureen Wilson, and online, Councillor Wang. We do not have any ceremonial activities, so we'll move to the approval of the agenda. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as presented? Councillor Beattie, Councillor Taddison. Are there any amendments to the agenda from committee members? I don't see any. I know item 6.1 has been withdrawn, so we will do that and we will indicate your vote by a show of hands now, please. That carries. Declarations of interest, anybody? Seeing none, approval of minutes of previous meeting, July 31st, 2025, August 11th, 2025, special DC hearing. Mover and second to adopt the minutes of July 31st and August 11th. Councillor Beattie, Councillor Taddison, any discussion on the adoption? Okay, show of hands, please. Carried. Delegations. Members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. 6.1 has been withdrawn. 6.2 has been deferred, which is in regards to the water billing dispute delegation. And then we'll move on to 6.3. Frederick Dryden, Liberty for Youth, respecting Liberty for Youth's current impact in Hamilton and the unexpected challenges we are facing in fundraising this year. It is in person, and I'd like to call Frederick up to the podium. Welcome, Frederick. Morning, Frederick. Whenever you're ready, you can start. You have 5 minutes, and go ahead. Thank you.
Morning, Chair and members of the Audit and Finance Committee, Councillor Wang and elected official. My name is Frederick Dryden. I'm here representing Liberty for Youth. Liberty for Youth is a grassroots non-for-profit based in Ward 4, but we help at-risk youth all over Hamilton. 22 years ago, my wife and I, Tanya, founded Liberty for Youth. I remember we helped our first teenager as he was leaving the Barton detention, Wentworth jail, and we got him into St. McNabb High School, and a year after, gave him our first scholarship to study aviation. Over the past 2 decades, we've impacted thousands of youth. The youth that we work with, they face massive challenges and have high needs. A lot of them have educational challenges and are in the judicial system. Our program is free of charge, runs 7 days a week, 14 hours a day, free at no cost to the youth or their families, right? We make sure all the boundaries and barriers are broken, so we pick up youth in our vehicles, we take them to school, tutoring, employment, we even take them to their court hearings, probation meetings, and even when they're being suspended or expelled at school. Over the years, we've grown. Specifically throughout the pandemic, we quadrupled to address the mental health crisis that was happening. Our goal is simple but crucial. We help kids out of crime, get them back into school, provide a scholarship when they graduate, or if they want employment, we provide training for employment. Our goal is for each youth to become productive citizens, giving back to the Hamilton community. We've had many incredible stories. One teenager that was 13 years old had many challenges with the police, and he was enrolled in our program. He ended up going on to school, graduating. We gave him a scholarship from Mohawk College, and last year after graduation, he was hired as a Hamilton police officer as a special constable, right? We're now hiring many of the youth that we worked with decades ago. 2 of our full-time program facilitators were in our program. They both received scholarship, went on to Mohawk College. One graduated as a child youth worker who's now inspiring Hamilton's future youth, right? This continual program would create serious consequences like what we see in the 6 o'clock news. So today, I'm here appealing for a one-time $50,000 grant because we need immediate support for operations. This is also in alignment with Hamilton priority, right? Producing prosperity, economic wealth, safer communities, also with the youth strategy. We have a goal to launch a campaign. We launched a soft campaign, and so far we've raised some funds towards it. Our shortfall is $161,000. Through our campaign, we've raised $25,000. Also in November this year, I'll be doing a 12-day run around the city, raising some funds with a goal to raise $63,000. That would remain a $74,000 shortfall. We're hoping that if we were fortunate that the city would approve this grant, we'll be able to continue our operations. Our programs are preventative and intervention with youth. We're building the future leaders of Hamilton. I urge you, please hear appeal for these fundings. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. And I have one on the speaker list, but thanks for bringing that positive energy first thing in the morning. It's a good way to start the day off. It usually doesn't go that way, so I appreciate that. Councillor Wang, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, Frederick, just to help with clarification. How long has Liberty for Youth been in existence?
In 2003, it was the inception, 2003. We first started taking youth into our home, my wife and I, and then with the support of Ron Foxcroft, we were able to purchase a building in Ward 4, and that's where we've been since 2012.
So over 20 years then. Thank you for that clarity. Could you just give us a sense for the economic climate and why you're here today with the $161,000 shortfall in your operational funding? Because if you've been around for 20 years, obviously you've been able to maintain operations and in fact grow and expand your operations. So what's different today that is different from other times?
Good question, Councillor Wang. So from the fall, starting with the mail strike back in last November, December, then the government prorogation, we know that quite a few of our donors, it was made some changes with donation, but then the tariffs is what really hit us bad and really affecting us. The tariff, obviously the mail strike is back again. So because of that, we've lost approximately $161,000 in funding.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up question then, if you're looking at this, what is your sustainable financing route moving forward beyond this one-time grant?
So we only see this as a one-time request. We've launched a soft campaign already. Thanks to Councillor Tazz, we were there last Saturday. We launched our soft campaign, but we believe that this campaign will take traction for the 2026 and so on and so forth. We have a strong committee and some great goals in mind and some strategies, but this is only for immediate funds.
Thank you. My last question then is, do you know of the city's other funding mechanisms like the City Enrichment Fund? And are you accessing any of those?
Yes, we're aware of the City Enrichment Fund, and we're privileged that we have program funding specifically for our programs, and that's why my ask today is for operations, because our operations are a threat, and without operations, and there's no program. And typically, the City Enrichment Fund funds our program. We have a 3-year partnership with the city. We're very privileged for that. But in times of operations is where we normally have corporate funding, and that's where we're struggling again. A lot of that is because of tariffs, and we were notified. That's what's causing the challenge.
Thank you for your delegation today. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Anyone else? Councillor Wilson?
Thank you and good morning. Thank you for your service and your work. I just need a little clarity, if you don't mind, through the chair, the connection between the commentary on tariff implications and how it's impacting your operations. Can you unpack that a little bit through the chair?
Yes, absolutely. Quite a few previous donors or corporate donors who had donated to us before have notified that from in the beginning of the year that we'll not be receiving some of those donations. And even our fundraising strategy from sponsorship to donor visits, a lot of donors were very clear that, their community engagement strategy, donation strategy has changed, and a lot's going to be reduced until they can weather the storm.
That makes sense. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pauls, questions of the delegate?
Yes, first of all, thank you for allowing me to come to this meeting. I'm looking forward to maybe joining, I put it out there, this committee. But the reason why I'm here today, because I know Frederick very well. I was on the board for 9 years. And I'm going to ask a couple of questions, but I just want you to know that all those 9 years I sat there and we saw the challenges. We saw the challenges, but also we saw the rewards. So every challenge we had rewards. I remember when Frederick came to me and said, please be on the board. And then he told me about this run he wanted to do from Ottawa to Hamilton Marathon. And I remember Gord helping, and it was such a great event, and I know you raised a lot of money there. So you've always been good at being out there to making sure people know your story. I want to tell you a quick story about when I first met Frederick. They called him Father Frederick, and I thought, is he a priest? So when I actually met him, I realized that he really was a father to so many young people, so many students. So I just want to say thank you for coming. You know that I'm a fan of yours. You know, the 9 years that I served, we really prayed for our city, for our youth. That was the most important thing we ever did, I think, to lift our youth, because you know what? If you look at crime, there's a lot of youth crime, a lot. And it's better to get to know a grassroots organization that can help. And you're one of them. You're one of them. There's many, but you're one of them, and I know you personal. But my question to you is, why do you feel like donors do not want, I know financially, but when it comes to operation, what's the feeling you get from donors? What are they saying to you?
Well, I think donors would rather fund a program, funding or program model as opposed to operation. And this is where we had more corporate or steel companies would fund operation. But again, because of the economical challenge we're going around tariffs and other things, that's one of the challenges that we're facing. Yeah.
So people, I feel like donors want to go right to the help of the students.
Yeah.
They don't want to do your operational. They want to help the students, and I can understand that. I want to ask you, in the last 3 years, because in this term, well, it seems like we've seen so much crime happening with our youth and all that. In the last 3 years, how many have you got involved in your program? How many students?
So we help 120 youth annually until the pandemic. When the pandemic happened, we had a massive request for help. 7 youth attempted suicide, 2 actually died. So we expanded our program to 120. So we went through a huge growth throughout the pandemic, specifically around mental health and also reducing the age to our program. But Councillor Paul said something, that every challenge creates an opportunity. And I want to say to our elected officials here at the Audit Committee that for every dollar spent in prevention, save taxpayers, including myself, $17. So if we're fortunate to obtain this $50,000 grant, it would be a $850,000 cost saving to our city. And that's a national crime prevention quote, national crime prevention quote.
That's good, good financial for the city as well.
That's 17% return.
That's right.
You know, and as I sat with Greg Dunnett from Chamber of Commerce earlier this week, business, social issues, he's right, are business issues.
That's right. And just the last question, and because I know Father Frederick, we called him that, I just want to ask you, you said you're going to do some more events. You're going to run. So Did you mention, I don't know if you mentioned about the banquet we're having in November 5th, which I'll be attending, of course. Is that one of your main fundraiser?
That banquet is our main fundraiser. That's in our budget already. But I'll be doing, the campaign will pick up traction. I'll be doing a 12-day run and many other strategic events to raise the money. Again, this is just a one-time ask. I don't see us in this situation next year because our campaign will be picked up. It's a 3-year campaign, and we have a goal to raise money for sustainability. So again, it's only a one-time ask because our operation is at risk, which means our program may not be in existence.
So,
Pez?
yeah, I just want to say thank you for coming and say hi to Tanya, because I know both of you are involved in this. All the best, and if you want me to run with you, maybe I could help out. Okay, thank you, and thank you for delegating.
It's an honor. Thank you.
Frederick, thank you for coming, and good luck if you're planning on running against Councillor Pauls. You're going to need some help, but thanks again for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 6.4, Ryan Nordman, hopefully I pronounced that right, respecting removal of the Let Be Kids billboard by the city and the importance of freedom of expression. It is in person. Ryan, please come down. Good morning, Ryan. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee. My name is Ryan Nordeman. I'm here to speak about freedom of expression in our city and specifically how it applies to recent events surrounding the removal of a billboard along the Lincoln-Alexander Parkway, which is a route that I travel every day. The billboard stated, "Stop medical transitions for minors," and a link to the website letkidsbe.ca, a site sharing research and international examples of how children experiencing gender dysphoria can be supported through counseling and other non-invasive means. The billboard was funded entirely by donations from local residents and organized by 3 Ontario chapters of ARPA Canada, including here in Hamilton. This was a lawful expression of concern for vulnerable youth, part of a broader international discussion. Around the world, countries such as the United Kingdom, Sweden, and Finland have restricted or ended the use of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for minors, citing safety concerns and insufficient evidence of long-term benefit. The message on the billboard was consistent with this growing international caution. It was not directed at any individual, but at a medical practice that many citizens, professionals, and parents believe should be reconsidered. Freedom of expression means protecting the right to hold and share views, even when they are deemed controversial or unpopular. When government action results in the removal of a lawful viewpoint from a public space, it raises important questions. Are all perspectives being given equal opportunity for public visibility? And how can we ensure that policy debates remain open and balanced? These are not partisan questions. They are fundamental to the functioning of a free and democratic society. I respectfully ask Council for 3 things. First, affirm the principle that lawful, peaceful expression should not be removed solely because some disagree with its message. Second, ensure that Hamilton remains a city where all residents can share their views on matters of public interest without fear of having their expression censored. And lastly, commit to fostering a civic culture where difficult topics can be discussed respectfully, openly, and without intimidation. This matter is about more than just one billboard. It's about whether Hamilton will remain a place where ideas can be exchanged freely and where our citizens can contribute to public debate on important issues affecting our children and our future. Thank you for your time and for your consideration in this perspective on the importance of freedom of expression in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. We have some questions. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. The City of Hamilton has a corporate sponsorship and advertising policy, and that's kind of the rules of the road when it comes to advertising. It is the policy document that I think speaks to some of the pieces you're speaking to. Have you looked at the policy? Do you have any comments, concerns, or feedback on that policy that's governing situations like this?
Yeah, I have looked at the policy. However, the announcement that was made was just that the billboard was removed by the city under hate speech laws.
Councillor Wilson.
Okay. Thank you. If you have feedback on the policy that's actually governing these things, I would be happy to hear that at a future date. I think, happy to affirm that everyone should be able to speak their political beliefs without fear of repression. Happy to affirm that as one of your asks right there. The way the city does that is by having a policy, and it applies to everyone in the same way. And so if there is comments on how that policy is not working, would be happy to hear those comments, but happy to affirm that everyone deserves to be able to speak their mind without retribution or fear of attack. The way we mitigate that right now is through a policy. We can always open up that policy for improvement if there's some constructive criticism of it. Thank you.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions of the delegate? Councillor Pauls, you have questions?
Yeah, just a question. I'm just wondering, was the board a private, I remember seeing it quickly. Was it a private billboard? And when did they get the okay to do it?
Are you asking for who owns the billboard?
Yes.
That was Astro Media, I believe.
And they're they're not part of the city policies, right?
That I don't know. I would have to go back and check.
Okay. Because I just want to understand if it was a private billboard with private money that was, if that had anything, if we had the right to take it down or not. I'm not sure. So
I believe that this was a public billboard, and there were some organizations that raised money to pay to have the billboard put on that public billboard.
And can you tell me the organization, please?
The organization is ARPA Canada. It's the Association for Reformed Political Action. It's a grassroots organization with many chapters across the country.
Councillor Pauls?
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming today, Ryan.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to 6.5, Hafiz Hussein, respecting fraud and waste, value for money review of the regional municipality of Peel and the city of Ottawa. This is a virtual delegation. Hafiz, whenever you are ready, your 5 minutes will begin now.
All right. Thank you, Chair and members of this committee. I wanted to come here today to bring an issue in regards to the value of money when it comes to the Ontario Works eligibility and the city acting as service manager. So as we all know, the city of Hamilton acts as the service manager for half of the covering 50% of the operating cost on its tax roll. This program is a lifeline for thousands of low-income residents struggling to meet basic needs. However, there is an urgent concern. Public funds are being distributed without adequate oversight, transparency, or assessment of impact. There was a recent report presented to the Emergency and Community Services Committee on July 31st. However, staff did not report these issues in that committee, yet other municipalities such as Peel Region and Ottawa regularly report to their fraud and audit committees or other committees to council on fraud value for money when it comes to Ontario Works. Recently, I've obtained a freedom of information by the city and showing data on overpayments. Funds that were paid unnecessarily or wrongly decreased from $545,169 in 2022 to just $270,562 in 2024. Why are overpayments falling when it's reported that we have more cases of recipients, of Ontario Works recipients, as of July 31st in that committee meeting? The question I also has is the Eligibility Review Office effectively monitoring and accounting for housing? Or are there gaps allowing misallocation and delays when it comes to Ontario Works or housing funds? These are questions that the Auditor General's team should be investigating as part of its value for money audit on OW eligibility. I am here today to bring up other municipalities larger than this single-tier municipality of Hamilton that have escalated fraud concerns to the police. Peel Region filed a lawsuit recently in February 2025 against a former regional employee and others for conspiracy involving misallocated of overpayments to unauthorized individuals. They've also reported approximately 15 OW fraud cases to Peel Regional Police from 2021 to 2024. In contrast, Hamilton Police have received 0 referrals on reports of Ontario Works fraud from a recent FOI request that I received from Hamilton Police and forwarded to the Auditor General. Similarly, in Ottawa, they've also charged, the City of Ottawa escalated a matter to police, and Ottawa Police charged 2 individuals recently in May 2025, including a former city employee, for involvement in a scheme that inflated rent payments by up to 63%. The Auditor General in the City of Ottawa highlighted a scheme where inflated housing allowances were paid, yet were not sent for housing. The Auditor General's recommendation and will be implementing this in their day-to-day operations. In Hamilton, why isn't there no such investigation or publicly reported based on an FOI request that such investigations are being done and being reported to this committee? Residents or taxpayers shouldn't be required to raise a value for money or fraud and complaint with Hamilton Police after filing complaints to the Fraud and Waste Hotline and finding out after the fact that the city did not act on it and escalated matters to the police after reporting matters through the Fraud and Waste Hotline. What is the purpose of the Fraud and Waste Hotline when staff don't escalate matters of fraud and waste to police? Why are other municipalities setting the bar, such as Peel, a two-tier municipality that has the same number of cases, OW cases, and Ottawa, a similar city like Hamilton, reporting cases to police and the courts? The city, acting as service manager, must actively investigate and prevent fraud and waste. This is a policy obligation directive under the Ontario Works Act, and a matter of which I've raised to the city manager's office. Without proper oversight, fund risk management, delays, and being used ineffectively undermines the program's goal to support vulnerable communities. I ask that this committee, as part of its 2026 budget and review, must prioritize investigation and waste reductions as part of your budget planning. Stronger audits, better monitoring, and transparent processes are essential to restoring trust to the community. Optimizing resources and limited dollars will fulfill your obligations under the Ontario Works Act. The taxpayers of the city depend on it, and we are looking forward to the Auditor's General Value for Money audit on OW eligibility to be presented to this committee at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Hafiz. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. May I please have a mover and second to receive the items 6.1, 6.3, and 6.5 as presented? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Taddison, show of hands. Thank you. Carries. Item for information. Mover and second to put the items for information on the floor. 7.1 HUR 25008 Human Resources Key Performance Indicator Dashboard Citywide. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Taddison, Councillor Beatty. Any questions for staff on this report? Okay, moving on to 7.2, PED 25076, Corporate Real Estate Leases and Licensing Audit, Status Update Citywide. I do have a note here that there is a staff member that wants to introduce this report. Do we need an introduction or can we just go to questions? Does anybody have questions on this report? Okay, one sec, we'll see if someone from staff wants to introduce this report. It is the Corporate Real Estate Leases and Licensing Audit Update. No, let's go to questions then. Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you. I noticed in the recommendations, and there was a short list of recommendations here, which usually is a longer list, so I spent a little more time intently reading this list. What I think you're saying here, Auditor, if I understand you correctly, is that policy 11 wasn't followed. You're making recommendations that it be followed. Could you expand on that?
Hold on. Are you talking about 8.1?
I lost the plot?
You might have lost something. Maybe a plot, maybe just item 7.2.
Just a moment.
Yeah. We're on 7.2 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want me to come back to you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you
let's
so
do
much.
that.
Counting is important, and I counted wrong, and I appreciate
Hey,
that.
listen, we're
Chair
having a good
Spatafor.
day this morning. Let's just
Hey.
keep it rolling. Danielle Sabetti is here. Can you give us a little overview, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Danielle Spady, Manager, Real Estate Services. This report provides a status update on the corporate real estate leases and licenses audit recommendations and implementation of the actions and responses. Progress has been made towards the 11 recommendations that were anticipated to be completed by the end of Q1 2025. Most notably, we've undertaken a cross-departmental review of existing lease and license data, focusing on cases where the city is the landlord. And this data has been thoroughly reviewed and reconciled to ensure the status of the agreements is current and accurate. And we also, in August, a new centralized lease administration team was created with 3 dedicated staff. And with this team in place, we have a ambitious work plan for the next year to make significant progress towards implementing the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang, questions?
Sorry, excuse me. Hold on. Thank you for that update and overview. I wonder if you could also give us a sense for how we are actually looking at the current and active leases, because some might be perhaps viewed as under market, or they haven't had a second set of eyes looked at them since inception. So I wonder, could you just give us an overview of how you're doing the active and current leases currently?
Thank you. Through the chair, as part of this process, we will be reviewing the terms of all of the existing and active leases and licenses, including those that maybe reflect below market rates, and developing an action plan, as well as developing a below market rent policy that would be brought forward to council in the future.
Councillor?
My second question through you, Chair, is how do we look at it from the negotiating aspect? Because as we are looking at new renewals of leases, I just understand that many times we just tend to just follow status quo. So how do we look at it from a renewal aspect of it then?
Through the chair, depending on the terms of the agreement, when we are considering renewal, we would typically undertake a market rent review at that time to ensure that any renewal rates that are being negotiated reflect current market rate. So that is our current practice.
Okay, thank you. My last question then is, you did say that we did hire 3 extra people, but I vaguely recall that it was supposed to be a whole new team that was supposed to be in place for for this overhaul. So where are we at with the hiring aspect of this whole new team?
Through the chair, the budget approval was for 3 FTEs for a dedicated team within corporate real estate, and those are the positions that have been filled.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I had 11 in my brain. So, okay, thank you for that clarity. Those are all my questions, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Crutch, please. On 7.2, right?
Now that I figured out the difference between these two things quickly, yeah, I had a couple questions here. So in the very first part of this report, it says, the results of this data reconciliation are summarized in Table 2 below, representing a total of 189 lease and license agreements where the city is the landlord or licensor. So I hadn't considered before, but I want to ask this question now. Are there situations where we're involved in leases or license where the city is not the landlord or licensor? Like, is there a separate category that's not captured here?
Yes, through the chair, there are also leases and licenses where the city is the tenant. The audit focused on cases where the city is the landlord, and so that has been our primary focus, but we will also be reconciling cases where the city is the tenant.
Thanks. So that will come forward as part of the future analysis or in the last report on this, I'm assuming. I see you shaking your head. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Saying yes. My second question is about all the timelines here. So when the first the timelines came forward, there were a lot of timelines for things like Q1 2025, Q2, Q3, Q4. times that have passed by. This report appears to come back and say, if I understand it correctly, right in the appendice, that those timelines have all shifted. Is that what part of this report is doing, is letting us know about the new timelines?
Through the chair, that's correct. Some of the timelines have shifted due to resources, but we are still committed to kind of the overall target completion date, and we'll be ramping up efforts now that the additional resources are in place.
Thanks. So I'll just say this, and I'm not sure who it's for, but I'm grateful that the audit has come forward, that it's made these recommendations, and that they're moving forward. But because we don't track these individual audit recommendations in an outstanding business list, there's no way for this committee to know when a timeline is elapsed. So if something was supposed to have happened in Q2 and didn't happen, and the time sails by, and suddenly we're in Q3 or Q4, and you come back and say, okay, now it's going to happen 2 quarters from now, how does that work from an accountability process? And how do we continue to measure that accountability here? So I thought that many of these things had already been done, and they're not. And so, I have to try and remember that, I guess, on my own, which I can't track because there's way too many reports to track these things. So how is the city tracking this stuff and reporting to this committee when you don't have the resources? Because I'm sure there are reasons, and I'm sure the reasons are good, but if we don't know when it's happening, right, when the deadline is missed, and then there's no report to us, then we find out much later. That causes a bit of frustration and accountability issues. So I'm not sure who to speak to about that, but I'm wondering, is the city doing something to improve that communication with members of committees when we approve directions or approve timelines and those timelines aren't met?
I don't believe that's a question for Danielle, but I don't know if City Manager or GM Zagaric wants to talk about if there's something we can do to ensure that when we're missing auditor recommendations, we can just get an update saying we're moving it from Q2 to Q3, just so as a committee and council we're aware. City Manager, if you want to take that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. It isn't something we're doing currently. However, it is something we have spoken about, and we know that there's a need to have that transparency and that accountability. So we'll take it away and look at how we can integrate a better tracking system for that.
Councillor?
Do we need a motion on the subject? I'm happy to put one forward just to ask for a report back at a certain time on this. I think at this point, I've raised this issue maybe 10 or 15 different times on this committee about seeing something happening, us not tracking it, or suddenly the deadline is missed, we don't know. We talked also more broadly about report tracking and about how we can get a better sense of report tracking and where we can publicly have report tracking. I mean, these are all public reports. And so putting a table up on the website being like, this is the report, this is when the action's due, this is the reason it's being missed. Like there's a million ways to solve this problem. I don't know if there's a mandate for corporation-wide. You're having discussions about it, but do you need direction from council to have a report back on how it's going to work?
City Manager?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're happy to take that direction. Just to explain, we don't have those mechanisms in place currently for anything. So, or I shouldn't say anything, for many things. And so we're looking at it holistically and then prioritizing where we need to track various things like reports, like audits, et cetera. So happy to take that direction, but just understand that there are a number of things that have to be done and they won't all be done at the same time. So thank you.
Great. Even you saying that makes me think I need a motion because I think there's much to unpack there in terms of a discussion. So I'm not going to try and write a motion on the floor, and people know I don't do that. What I will just do is I will make sure that it's in time for council. We have something, here's an amendment as a recommendation as part of this or some other thing, and the clerk is wise and will help me. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Councillor. Councillor Beatty?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I have a question, but I want to be able to frame it properly with your indulgence. So if I can set the context of my question. We had a conversation around this chamber yesterday as it pertained to rentals, leases, shared use agreements between our city and Hamilton Wentworth District School Board, as an example. One of the comments that was made was, although the board may view itself as in an altruistic fashion as supporting some of the things that the city is doing with very low cost rental of board property, there could be reciprocal agreements whereby the school board is also using city-owned assets at a very low cost for a greater community good. I'm trying to understand if that would be captured and how that might be captured in the report that might come forward. Through you.
Chief Real Estate Officer.
Through the chair, Ray Kessler, Chief Corporate Real Estate Officer. As part of this lease administration consolidation, and I'm not certain if Danielle had necessarily addressed this, but part of what we're doing is consolidating lease administration from across the corporation. So leases currently are administered by various divisions and departments, and we're going to consolidate those all in one. So there's one way of doing things, and there's some consistency and ensuring that proper accountability on how all of these leases are done. With regards to the school board more particularly, we are looking at that from I'll call it a policy or a procedural perspective as to how do we ensure that that's also incorporated into our lease administration. And so when we talk about lease administration, we talk about leases, we talk about licenses. Those include reciprocal rights type of agreements and things of that nature that tie in relationships that are akin to use of city-owned property or vice versa when we're users. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, Councillor, through the chair. But it is part and parcel of the work program to give some reflection on that and who should be responsible for managing those situations.
Okay, thank you through the chair. So follow-up question then. Additionally, there are a number of, let's say, nonprofit organizations that utilize city-owned space, again, at a low cost for a greater good concept. And I'm wondering how those might be captured. And I guess along both lines, whether it's our partners at the different school boards or if it's our partners with nonprofit organizations with a mandate very specifically focused on community betterment, how do we capture some of those intangibles when this report comes back that may not be financial considerations, but something else that can't necessarily be quantified in terms of community impact?
So through the chair, one of the policy pieces that we will be delivering to council is what we call what you might want to call a below market rent policy that very specifically addresses community groups, charitable groups, and other organizations. What the criteria would be to qualify them for a less than market value lease. Currently, just as an aside, our policies require that all of those leases come to council irrespective of delegated authority. So there's no delegated authority to staff to do less than market value transactions, even for these types of organizations. But some of the criteria that we vet or we use currently as part of the process of entering into these agreements are related to what are those, sometimes you might call them intangibles. Certainly they're not necessarily dollar value items, but what are the benefits that are accruing to the municipality and the citizens of Hamilton as a result of entering into those agreements? And so those are some of the elements that we're going to try and articulate more clearly in a policy that we return with.
Okay, so I think what I heard, and thank you for the response, Chair, is that something there'll be a separate column. There'll be something coming back that speaks to those specific key areas, but it'll come back before this body. It won't be a staff decision on how to handle some of these issues. It will come back before this body for conversation so that if there are any changes to the existing policy, it would be under the authority of council, not necessarily a staff decision. Council would have the final word on any changes to some of the agreements that would impact negatively, potentially, some of these user groups. And I think that's what the Chief Real Estate Officer told me.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. I would like to continue where my colleague, Councillor Beattie, left off. I'm a little confused, and I'm not sure it's within the context of this report and this discussion, but as an example of who's doing what and the policy if I could just give an example so I can have some clarity of what I thought I've just heard. My understanding right now is that the city's business administrator in the recreation department defines those service agreements for the use of public assets between, for example, the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board and the city. And at present, there is no value, there is no cost, if you will, for the school board to use that public asset, which has absolutely a public good, but it also generates an operating and maintenance cost for the city. And if I could use one example, we have a park in Ward 1. It's very clay-based. It doesn't recover well. It's hard to tell kids not to go on on the field after a rain because it needs time to recover because of that clay base. It's just really impossible. So it just continues to degrade. I guess I'm confused from what I've thought I've just heard, that this is being coordinated as part of this work when we know that these agreements are presently being done now. And a value being given to them now. So I'm just trying to reconcile that in the role of council.
So you're asking whether we're changing the process from the rec department handling these agreements to
some
corporate
sort of
real estate overseeing
policy.
all?
And I thought these agreements were, sorry, Chair, largely informed by matters of litigation, in that if a child, for example, was hurt in that public space, that the city would be. But what happens is it also precludes other groups from having a user policy. So a private Montessori school, for example, again, I'm thinking of Ward 1 example. So I wasn't clear on, I thought I heard it's in the works and there will be an overall policy and it's being organized. But I also know that from a Ward 1 perspective, these agreements are being updated and defined and stewarded, if you will, by recreation. So just trying to understand that through the chair.
Chief Real Estate Officer?
So through the chair, currently that is correct. Recreation does administer a number of these agreements, not necessarily all of them, but a number of them. They do have primary responsibility with regards to the school board types of arrangements with regards to fields and some of these spaces. That, though, as part of the work program, we are examining how those fit within the broader concept or the broader framework of lease administration and agreement administration. And so I'm not suggesting that's changed yet, but it is under review as part of the response to the auditor's report.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. If it's under review then which party is responsible for defining the parameters that will go into informing the principles of those agreements? Is it real estate? Is it council? Is it recreation? Is it healthy communities? Like who informs those principles for defining what value will be brought to that particular agreement? If it's, say, interfacing between the board and the city for the use of public space.
So through the chair, no changes have been made. So it's under it. The current processes are being followed. And the current authorities are being followed. What we're suggesting is that we are reviewing who does what, if I can put it that way. With regards to any changes, we will bring those changes forward to council for approval. So up until at this point in time, we're not making any recommendations in this report. What we're suggesting, this is just a report reflecting on where we are from a status perspective. And should there be some changes that are recommended because we feel there's, a better way of doing it, if I can put it that way, then certainly it'll be coming before this body for decision.
Thank you.
Councillor Tattison?
Thanks. Just following up with a couple questions from my colleagues here. Basically, what I'm understanding is corporate real estate is undertaking a strategic review. You're going to be looking at the inventory of all your properties, and that's going to look at third-party use as well. So my question, very pointed, it says, as part of this process, existing tenancies and property uses are being examined for fit and compatibility with council priorities and city objectives. And it's going to be done and articulated on a case-by-case basis. What I'm asking is for nonprofits that currently enjoy a below-market rental because they bring value to the community in ways that the city is not bringing that value to the community, will they now be losing, or will they be losing that, I guess, below-market rate that they enjoy that currently allows them to be viable?
I don't know that we have made that decision, but I'll let the Chief Real Estate Officer confirm.
So through the chair, we're quite cognizant of the challenges that many of these organizations face. We're not looking, so decisions have not been made, I think is probably the best way to frame this. There are no decisions on this yet. When we have recommendations with regards to how we want to move forward, those recommendations, if they have, I'll say, negative consequences or impacts on some of these organizations, that type of analysis will be brought forward, and recommendations with respect to how to address those issues will also be brought forward. So this is not one where we have clear direction. This is one where we're going to establish a policy. We're going to bring it to council for direction. If council supports the direction that is recommended, then, we'll implement it. But as part of that implementation strategy, which is down the road, we'd certainly have some reflection on what the implications might be on these organizations and possibly ways to address those when we get at that point.
Thank you. That's reassuring. Take care. Thanks.
Okay. I don't have any more speakers. Do we have a mover and a seconder? We do. We're going to receive 7.1, 7.2. Show of hands, please. In favor or opposed? And that carries. 7.3, AUD 21004, Cybersecurity Follow-Up Audit Phase 1 Pre-Breach Analysis Report Citywide. Before we get to the presentation, mover and seconder, please. Councillor Crutch, Councillor Beattie, and I'm going to ask Deputy Auditor General Bridget Menard, who I believe is here. And I believe we have Darren Jones and Aaron. I'm going to butcher your name. I apologize, Fuhrer from Valencia Risk. I don't know if they're both here. Oh, virtually. Perfect. Can we have them turn their cameras on? Good morning, Bridget. Whenever you're ready, your 10 minutes will start, and welcome.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Like the chair said, joined virtually from Valencia Risk, Aaron Foyer and Darren Jones. There are cybersecurity experts that completed this work with the Office of the Auditor General. A bit of background, our cybersecurity audit was issued in April 2021, and we are conducting a follow-up audit. Today's report is the first of 4 parts of this follow-up audit. The focus of today's report is pre-breach analysis, the city's cybersecurity posture prior to the ransomware incident in February 2024. This is an information report. No new recommendations are being made at this time. Our original audit recommendations still stand. Future phases may contain new recommendations as needed. Today's focus is on progress made since our 2021 audit, identifying root causes and any systemic weaknesses contributing to the breach. The future phases include Phase 2, evaluating the incident handling, Phase 3, reviewing the cybersecurity roadmap, and Phase 4, an assessment of the financing plan for that cybersecurity roadmap. Phases 2 and 3 are wrapping up, and Phase 4 has just begun. The scope and objectives are listed on this slide. Objectives were to address the progress made since the 2021 audit, addressing the root causes, systemic weaknesses, and the other challenges, and also to improve understanding of how the city's cybersecurity posture has evolved to assist in building a more resilient cybersecurity posture at the City of Hamilton. The key conclusion from Phase 1 of this follow-up audit is that despite the severity of our audit findings in 2021, many of our recommendations have not been implemented prior to that 2024 breach in February. 6 key observations were made, and Valencia will go over them shortly. In order to provide a balanced viewpoint, there were some strengths that were found in the city's cybersecurity posture prior to that February 2024 incident. They are on this slide and the next slide. I will note that the operational technology in Hamilton Water was found to be resilient and ready. I will now turn things over to Darren and Aaron from Valencia.
Thank you, Bridget. This was an interesting engagement, in part because I think it's important to get a sense of where we were coming from at the time of the breach. And so these 6 observations have a number of underpinnings. And Bridget, if we could move to the first observation. One of the challenges in many municipalities is ensuring that there's effective staffing levels for cybersecurity. Globally, there is difficulty in ensuring that staffed positions for cybersecurity roles are being met. This was particularly cogent at the City of Hamilton from late 2022 up until the time of the incident. There were 4 security analyst positions on the roster, only one of which was filled at the time. And also at the time of the incident, there was no CISO function or CISO role for the City of Hamilton. Part of this is a challenge because funding is required to be able to grow and continue to put security resources and solutions into place. And increased funding for cybersecurity was approved in February of 2024. But as a result of the situation at the time of the incident, when we don't have sufficient staffing in place for some of the key roles, it's really difficult for the city to consistently monitor cybersecurity tools and solutions. It's also worth observing that cybersecurity is a distributed function. There are individuals across IT and in program areas who have responsibilities that include security, but the specific function of IT security analysts is a unique and important area, and one of the observations that we made in terms of the underlying conditions that would have allowed the incident to occur. Next slide, please, Bridget. Cybersecurity and governance, both for leadership and for decision-making, are tightly linked. When we see frequent turnover or inconsistencies around leadership, this can make it difficult for a city like Hamilton to prioritize and to execute on security initiatives and key risks. So again, a precursor to what could allow a breach to occur. From 2020 to 2023, we did notice that there was turnover both in IT and from an information security leadership perspective. There was an interim CIO position that was filled a little bit later on, but without continuous leadership for IT security and within IT focusing on cybersecurity, the ability to effectively produce operations that are cybersecurity aware and make sure that there's effective oversight for risk management practices can be very difficult. Next slide, please. There were a number of recommendations made when we worked with the OAG in 2021 to conduct an audit across cybersecurity. I believe there were 21 recommendations made at the time. And a few examples of recommendations that were put forward, I'll present right now. It's worth noting that some of the recommendations that we made were significant enough that the OAG took the step of issuing management memos for IT to be able to address findings before the audit was completed. They were deemed substantive or material enough of that nature. Of those 21 recommendations that were made, one of them included addressing some technical issues, cybersecurity issues that needed remediation. And examples of those types of recommendations which remained outstanding were the implementation of routine vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. In other words, practices to ensure that the city was testing itself for exposures and areas where there may have been some flaws or vulnerabilities that could be leveraged, such as the lack of multi-factor authentication. There was a recommendation that improvements needed to be made on patching systems, including legacy technology. This is a major issue even today. Earlier this week, the European Union released their annual threat intelligence report, and they noted that vulnerabilities that are made public can be weaponized within days. So without really effective and quick patch management to reduce vulnerability exposure, this can be a point of risk for any organization. There was an outstanding recommendation that the city should fully enable and monitor security logs across systems. Reviewing security logs and implementing a robust security logging regime is a major digital initiative. It requires time and resources that can take some effort to implement, but we cannot prevent security incidents that we do not detect. And so this was one of the outstanding recommendations that were made. And one other recommendation, of which some portions were outstanding, were that the city address some of the vulnerabilities that they were already aware of and that were reported. And those have progressively been improved, but not all of them were addressed at the time of our review. Next slide, please. We made mention earlier about leadership. I would comment that leadership and governance for creating a mature cybersecurity program are really important. What we're talking about here is the framework of top-level policies and supporting standards and procedures that you want to see in a cybersecurity program for a city like Hamilton that ensures that we have clear direction, clear accountability for who is responsible for what, and that could be demonstrated through effective and continuing operations, eyes on glass, and individuals who have a clear understanding of what their roles are. The observation that we made at the time of the incident was that the city didn't have an established and comprehensive cybersecurity program to provide that kind of direction and accountability. And without that overarching cybersecurity program in place, we can be fragmented and somewhat reactive instead of proactive. Pursuant to this, I understand that the city has been continuing to progress in the creation of new policies and standards, but this remains an important issue. And again, I would recognize that while the city did approve a budget to support priorities in February of 2024, this didn't necessarily result in sufficient time for improvements to be made. And of course, the incident as it occurred was within that time frame. Next slide, please. Risk management is an area that audit and finance committees, I think, deal with effectively across several different program areas. Risk management and cybersecurity, it's equally important. This asks and answers the questions of where do we need to focus limited time and resources in order to make sure that we are reducing our exposure in a managed and thoughtful way. One of the outstanding recommendations and observations was that cities should have a life cycle that includes security for digital initiatives. In other words, a secure development life cycle that reflects everything from implementation to change management and operation. We found that the city didn't have well-defined mechanisms to integrate cybersecurity risk across business and technology initiatives. Again, a complex activity that requires sufficient resources and a mature cybersecurity program and policies in order to be implemented. But as a result of a risk management program that isn't comprehensive and functioning well, there are impacts that we observed. One of them, for example, is that some business units had the understanding that all information managed on the city's IT servers was being backed up effectively and consistently. And of course, during the incident itself, there were 17 applications that were considered unrecoverable due to difficulties, partly because of legacy systems and partly because of insufficient backup capabilities to restore in an effective fashion. And the last observation on slide 6 is equally important, and this pertains to how the city has dealt with training and awareness. There are two elements to this. One is the basic awareness training that applies to the entire employee and contractors of the city, and the other is training that is specific for personnel. And a few observations were important. The first is to recognize on the positive side that the city did have conventional and standard awareness training and phishing exercises from a commercial provider, kind of the out-of-the-box training that we see many organizations putting into place. Newsletters were being sent out. What we found, however, is that awareness training, it's challenging for organizations to do effectively. And unless it's highly and thoughtfully conducted in a way that customizes it for a municipal environment and deals with advanced and emerging threats, 80% of phishing attacks are now powered by AI, and between 70 and 91% of security incidents start from phishing attacks. How do you communicate that messaging in a useful way for employees? This kind of customized training was something that cities do need to implement, and at Hamilton, it was more conventional than we expected to see. Within the security team, there's also investments that need to be made for upskilling and for ensuring that there's appropriate training, both for IT security analysts and for individuals within IT and program areas that have cybersecurity responsibilities. And so formal upskilling and technical training for the team was limited or not in place. And the last comment around training is for the executives and for decision makers who are dealing with breaches and incidents. And what we look for in a robust and mature environment is the practice of cybersecurity breach simulations that test incident response for ransomware, for business continuity, for disaster recovery. It's our view that incident response tests of that nature, simulations, should be treated like fire drills, done consistently and regularly, involving senior management and requiring that we pull out our go bags, our incident response plans and playbooks, which the city did have some of that in place. The last simulation that the city had conducted was in 2016. And without routine conduct of simulations, that knowledge gets lost. And so across the board, there were certainly areas around training for both individuals, executives, and for IT security resources that we found were lacking. And those cover the main observations that were put forward in the report. Through the chair, thank you.
Thanks very much, Aaron. And the next 3 reports will be brought to this committee as soon as they are available. I do want to emphasize that attention to cybersecurity is quite important, and efforts do need to be sustained over the long term. These risks are not going away, and they are evolving each and every day. Thank you, and we're available for questions.
Thank you, Deputy Auditor General Menard and Aaron, for that presentation. What we'll do now is take questions on the presentation. So if you have questions for the Deputy Auditor General or Aaron, we'll do that now. If we have questions of staff, we'll allow them to, we'll accept the presentation, then move on to questions on the entire report. Councillor, go ahead.
Yeah, my questions are specifically about the slides in the report that were being mentioned by Aaron. So I'm curious about the last one first. I want to understand a little bit more about you saying, look, there wasn't formal training or upskilling since 2020. Were you able to look back farther than that? Because I know that it's important, right? Important as a timeline to understand what kind of upskilling was done before then. Do you think that was a significant reason why this happened?
I can't comment directly through the chair, councillor, on training that was done prior to that, other than tying back to the observation that sufficient staffing levels and funding and resources are, of course, precursors to having focused training in place. Was this a factor in the breach that the city experienced? root cause analysis for program level gaps that are causing an incident like this to occur is a difficult exercise and not one that we looked at directly in the context of the review that we conducted with the OAG. Instead, we were looking at programmatic gaps that would have been factors without kind of a direct correlation causation. Councillor, I'm not sure if that directly answers your question.
I think you did the best you could with the information you have. When I look at key observation 5, the city's risk management program did not proactively identify and address risks across existing and emerging programs and services. Is that what the program was designed to do ever? Like that, my understanding of how risk management program works here is that actually that's not what the risk management program at the city was ever designed to do in the first place. So I think what you're suggesting is that we ought to have one, we ought to have a risk management program that's designed to do that.
Through the chair, Councillor, I think there's a fundamental distinction between enterprise or corporate risk management and cybersecurity risk management. And the two of them kind of run somewhat adjacent to each other, where outcomes from cybersecurity risk management may result in high-level risks that could be communicated up for the management of the city proper to be able to deal with. Our observations were focused on how effectively the city had implemented a cybersecurity risk management program to look at those types of technology risks. And it was in there that we found that the city didn't have, for example, in place a standardized method for which risk assessments would be conducted on cybersecurity. There are, of course, methodologies to do so, similar to what you would see in enterprise risk. And the complex task of integrating cybersecurity risks across multiple program areas is one of the most difficult things for municipalities, especially larger municipalities, to achieve effectively. Without having those types of connections between cybersecurity risk and enterprise risk in place, and in absence of having consistent and repeatable methodologies that run across program areas, it is downright difficult to be proactive in cybersecurity risk management practices.
Thanks. My last question for you is about, I guess, personnel and hiring. And so in a number of these observations, what you've said is we didn't have enough staff, we perhaps didn't have the right staff, and then you've talked about a lack of resources and institutional support. And so I want to just unpack that a little bit more. And so right now we have, for instance, a Chief Information Security Officer position, which we didn't have before. We have a Chief Information Officer position, which I think to a certain extent we had digital officer and other kinds of folks that were doing work in the city, but not in the same manner. And so I'm just curious to know if you think those are the kinds of specific things that would help us in terms of future-proofing this, but also if you could speak briefly to what you mean, what you think the distinction is between a lack of resources and institutional support, because that reads to me as the same. Unless
Through the chair,
in some other way, yeah.
Yes. The first part of your comment, Councillor, with regards to whether the role of the CIO and CISO are effective practices, yes. When we look at other municipalities, both in Canada and kind of in other worlds, countries, we see that there are more effective lines of practice it put into place. And so I think that really matters. And those are big steps for the city. With regards to the second part of your question around how the city should be structured, and Council, I'll ask you to reframe that question back to me so I can answer more clearly.
Yeah, when I read the sentence, the part of the sentence that says, they remained largely implemented at the time of the breach due to lack of resources, leadership continuity, and institutional support. I really understand what you mean about leadership continuity. But I don't know if I can really distinguish between lack of resources and institutional support, because the way we tend to talk about these things at the city, anyways, is that a lack of resources means not enough staff. Institutional support means not enough resources to hire staff. So I'm trying to see if I understand the relationship there. Are you talking about physical resources like servers and that kind of infrastructure that we didn't have or lacked, or are these things overlapping in some way that I'm not understanding?
Thank you, Councillor. Broadly, the answer is yes across the board. What you want to see is tie-ins where institutional support is ensuring that adequate funding is in place for controls and solutions, the technology that you need, such as the integrated logging to be able to detect breaches. Institutional support certainly means that the organization has effective budget to be able to hire resources with named cybersecurity responsibilities. And the last, perhaps nuanced comment around institutional support is more cultural in nature, and this is difficult. Cybersecurity and privacy adjacent to cybersecurity really are about human psychology as much as anything else. And this not only means changing the behavior of stakeholders who are across the city. Everybody has responsibilities for cybersecurity, not just named staff, but it also means ensuring that senior management has an appreciation that cybersecurity needs to be interwoven across program areas and digital initiatives end to end. And so institutional support it doesn't stop at hiring a CISO or staffing additional analysts. It becomes reflected in policies end-to-end, ranging from acceptable use to effective treatment of artificial intelligence to standards that are put into place. And it means that there needs to be intentional thought around how to ensure that protection of the city's assets is considered for anybody in a management role.
Thanks for those exceptionally clear answers. I really appreciate you being here today to unpack these observations, because I think there's a lot of questions people are asking, and those answers were really helpful to me.
Councillor, you're going to have questions on the report after? No? Okay. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Like my previous colleague, I really appreciate the clarity of those answers. I'd like to get back to some of the themes articulated, but before doing that, if I could just clearly understand why Hamilton Water seemed to be the exception and not the rule. What may have caused that, if I'm understanding this correctly?
Through the chair, Councillor, Hamilton Water, we observed, had practices in place, and I would ask that we take a little bit of time to look at our findings and be able to comment on that more fully in terms of why Hamilton Water was an exception. In principle and in general, there are some organizations where operational technology is well in hand. So water treatment, of course, where safety for the water supply is critically important, are often taking an approach that incorporates best practices around cybersecurity. And there is sometimes regulatory requirements that have cybersecurity principles in place. But I would ask that we have a little bit of time to look at our findings and answer that question more cogently.
Thank you. As a governor, while I appreciate that answer and what I thought I heard, the regulatory regime that Hamilton Water has to operate from, I think the lessons that we should be garnering from that enterprise and how they might and could be replicated are really important for us to understand. So if I could put a pin in that. I am trying to, perhaps like my councillor colleague, Councillor Kretsch, understand sort of the conditions and the culture that perhaps got us where we are. And I wrote down some of your responses: a lack of resources, and a lack of institutional support, not enough staff, not the right staff, culturally ensuring that senior management appreciated that we must be diligent with respect to policy, budgeting, standards, intentional thought. So I guess what I'm trying to understand, it's always easy for us to look back in hindsight, but whether Hamilton in general is the exception or the rule on this. And if I could, if you give me some latitude, Chair, I've raised this before. Going back to the 2010 budget, in that budget, it was clearly identified as a budget challenge and pressure, a lack of IT resources. And also identified for IT was governance problems. And the demand, this is not my words, these are the words from the budget, the demands to continually reduce costs. I'm trying to Those issues were flagged, and in 2010, 2012, 2014, the council budget direction was 0%. And if you couldn't reach zero, then you had to explain why. There was an explanation of, there was an alarm set off here. And I'm trying to move forward with ensuring that in a very tight budget expression and experience where we are now, that I'm looking for some feedback from staff and or the consultant that those structures and systems are going to be put in place, because when budget asks are made, that we ensure that it's going to where we need to go. So that's my first question. Some feedback on confidence in the work that is being done by the consultants, and then second, whether your review is whether Hamilton was the exception or the rule, whether there wasn't maybe an appreciation overall for the importance of IT security, and whether Hamilton was really the exception in that, given your I'm sure experience in other areas through the chair.
Through the chair, before Valencia chimes in on that one, what I would say is that the Office of the Auditor General and previously Office of City Auditor and Audit Services Division, we've actually been doing IT audits since 2010. I joined the city in 2010.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's
yeah.
great.
So the years that you just mentioned, 2010, 11, 12, and 14, I believe they closely coincide when our team had done IT audits. We made recommendations to this Audit Finance Administration Committee, and then typically management would submit a budget request, and then it would go through that process. So our team has been making those recommendations for 15 plus years. We continue to do so. The risks for IT, they've changed since 2010, but they've always been there with just different areas of focus that have been required. I'll turn it over to Aaron to comment on more the municipal overall trends, but that for Hamilton, that's sort of what the history has been.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. And through the chair, if I may, I'll just return briefly to your observation about water with some reflections on the complexities and the practices that need to be put into place for any municipality around what we call IT, the traditional corporate services, and OT, the operational technology that's responsible for running the Internet of Things, traffic, transit, water, energy, in some cases, emergency services. Cities, municipalities across Canada struggle with silos in terms of how different entities are dealing with cybersecurity. In part, these are issues of governance, and in many cases, because there are top-level decision makers who have specific mandates that need to be met, and perhaps their own boards that are being dealt with. Cracking the nut of how to integrate practices across different program areas is superbly important, and I would suggest that from what we see in many municipalities, Hamilton is not unique in these challenges, and practices that we are seeing are to effect better integration. We are seeing many municipalities where the role of the CISO and the CIO are beginning to encompass cybersecurity oversight across those operational technology domains. And so reflecting where there are good practices in those domains is absolutely valuable, especially when you have that integrated line of sight. You asked some questions, Councillor, with regards to whether Hamilton is kind of going to be taking effective steps that are going to improve holistically how cybersecurity is being handled, if I understood your second question. And I would comment that the upcoming reports, I think, are going to tackle some of those questions in a way that asks where is the value for money and how is the incident handled itself. And these topics will come back. As a principal, and again, speaking as a practitioner who does a lot of work across many municipalities, we struggle in munis to ensure that security is integrated by design, kind of upfront, baked in. The Privacy Commissioner of Ontario coined the notion of privacy by design, the OPC of Ontario some time back, and the same principles apply with regards to cybersecurity. And so when we ask the question, how do we make sure that cybersecurity from a cost perspective is being handled in times when budget constraints are limiting? When one affects security by design, there are a few knock-on benefits that should be dealt with. And the first comment I would make is that when security is done effectively, it really is an enabler. My own background is first in IT and then in cybersecurity, and I've learned that systems that are built effectively in security securely tend to be systems that can be more cost-effective, not only to operate, but of course because they reduce the costly exposure of dealing with an incident. So the question around where cybersecurity funding comes from is challenging. What I think is important to recognize and what this report helps underscore is that funding for cybersecurity is not only important as an enabler, but is doubly hit because many municipalities have technology debt. And we found this at the City of Hamilton, where there was a lot of legacy systems, older technology that not only have operational challenges when the systems become dated, but from a cybersecurity perspective, become more and more exposed over time. And so I think there is a different lens that needs to be looked at when we talk about budget for municipalities in cybersecurity, asking the questions, how is cybersecurity an enabler, a risk management tool, a risk avoidance tool in some cases, and how can investments in cybersecurity be effective to ensure that the city is well positioned for the future by eliminating and reducing that legacy technology debt that's being dealt with?
Thank you very much. I think what I heard is we've got to look at IT infrastructure like we do any other infrastructure, in that we've got to invest in it in a way that's smart and prudent and connected in order to, and in so doing, we could likely save ourselves costs down the road, but we have to make sure we have the systems in place, because at a very difficult budget time, we need that confidence. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any other committee members before I go to Councillor Cooper and then myself for the first time? No? Councillor Cooper, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just through you, one of the things Bridget talked about is this was an audit recommendation in 2021. Okay, my colleague Councillor Crouch mentioned this morning that we're still struggling with this whole idea of audit recommendations and taking them seriously. Are they being done? Are they not being done? When are they being done? It almost seems like audits being taken as a volunteer kind of recommendation. We really don't have to do them, right? And because I look at this and I say, hey, listen, if we're coming up with these recommendations, you're struggling with dates, you're struggling with action, we're struggling with transparency and seeing what's going on. It's a struggle to know where we sit with these recommendations. Bridget, from what you said, this went back to 2010. So it could potentially be a cultural issue here too, I don't know. But, I'll ask the question from Valencia, like it didn't come through as one of the observations or recommendations, but what is a best practice when it comes to these audit recommendations and giving them the priority they need to have and getting them done, giving committees like this exposure when they're not done, and just, interested in what you see and what we should be doing that we're not doing.
Through the chair, I think the conversation that was held earlier in this committee with regards to providing oversight on outstanding recommendations and how they've been treated is superbly important. In cybersecurity in particular, there is a time sensitivity to some of the findings. And as we put forward in one of the observations, when we conducted, for example, the audit in 2021, some of the findings were deemed time sensitive and material enough that the OAG chose to produce a management letter, and IT management did respond to that before the audit was completed. So I do believe that there are effective tools in place for many OAGs to be able to deal with findings end to end. I would also observe that as audit becomes more applied in the cybersecurity domain, audit can involve actual penetration testing or actual testing of cybersecurity systems. The tie-in between how audit and IT work together also has a timeliness aspect to it. But the importance of tracking outstanding recommendations when one is looking at time-sensitive findings around cybersecurity are important. And I would suggest, as you've observed, that time-sensitive findings do include the need to commit resources for personnel, training, and budget to improve legacy systems over time.
Bridget, go ahead.
Through the chair, I would also like to add that, so this audit was issued in April 2021. The Auditor General and I, we were looking for a way to improve the accountability. So in July 2021, we actually began adding in the legislative recommendations to our report that Council direct staff to implement those management responses and report back. So there's always been direction from management to implement the responses. So in 2021, this council provided the direction to staff to implement the management responses they committed to. In addition, starting in July 2021, we added the report back, and we are seeing that the report backs are fairly effective, but the timelines aren't always adhered to. So I'll use the example of the item on the agenda today. So that came back, today is October 2025. It was actually due back in March 2025. So it's ultimately a management responsibility. We're a small team. We have 8 staff. We manage the fraud and waste hotline. We do the value for money audits. We do our best to do follow-up audits, but ultimately there are a whole lot more people in management in the areas to manage their report back. So we've tried that. We do track all of our recommendations. We are happy to provide information to management when they request it, and they are ultimately responsible for implementing the management responses as directed by Council.
Councillor Cooper.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Bridget. Chair, for your consideration, I mean, it feels like there's a piece missing here when people miss their audit dates. Okay, there almost needs to be, as we talked about earlier, a feedback loop to this committee so we know what's being missed and we know what those risks are. The other thing I want to ask about is, so we talked on Observation 5, which sounds like a breakdown in our enterprise risk management framework. And the specific example we're talking about here is cybersecurity. And I don't know if Valencia is in a spot to comment on this, but maybe Bridget is. You know, is there other risks out there we don't know about? I mean, cybersecurity blew up on us, okay? But there may be other things out there that we don't know about because there's a challenge with our enterprise risk management framework. And so I'm interested in your thoughts on that as well.
Through the chair, I can start, and then if the Auditor General wants to jump in. So it's my understanding that there currently isn't a robust enterprise risk management framework at the City of Hamilton. There is risk management happening in a variety of areas, but is there a coordinated effort where there's a risk register and all of those things are managed on a regular and ongoing basis? To the best of my knowledge, there is not currently one.
Auditor General, anything to add?
Yes, through you, Chair. Yeah, that was something when I've been here now 10 years, and when I first came, that was something that we tried to promote, to have an enterprise risk management framework to be more proactive. I found it's not unlike many other organizations where risk management is done informally, intuitively, but that's not what enterprise risk management is all about. It's about doing it formally. It's about going through a methodology. It's about reporting it, follow-up, coming up with mitigation strategies, all of that, using standards for risk management that are well known in that community. We did do a couple of demonstration exercises of what risk management approach would look like. But it's just like IT security. It has fallen by the wayside, I think. And, you know, here's an opportunity to at least bring it back in the context of IT security. It's so fundamentally important to proactively identify your risks as opposed to react to things that happen, because you can see how costly it is to fix things after the fact than it is to prevent them before the fact.
Councillor Cooper, a final question?
Through you, Chair, and maybe well, I'll just say this. One of the pieces it sounds like missing is risk appetite. So when we look across our organization in terms of how our employees take on risk and how they respond on a daily basis to risk, they don't know, okay? So not having an enterprise risk framework is a pretty big deal today. And this is where these things blow up. And so that's one of the things that we need to look at in terms of bringing that framework to the city. Without that framework, my concern is cybersecurity is just the First Amendment. Okay, it's fundamental today to have this in place, especially in a multi-billion-dollar corporation like City of Hamilton, and it's just missing.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beattie?
I'm taking over, and you're going to ask some questions.
Yeah, I'm going to try and make this brief. I have two questions. Valencia, Aaron, I think you talked about cost-effective exposure, a couple of different things around building the IT, and that you've worked across many municipalities across our country and others. Has there ever been any discussion, or have you seen any municipalities that have outsourced partial IT departments, their whole IT, to give it to a private firm that has the knowledge and the most up-to-date software, know-how, capability, the best people in that private sector at that time working on IT? Have you seen any of that across the public sector across our country?
I'll turn to Aaron or Darren.
Chair, I think Darren will have a view on this one as well, and if you would afford us the time, both of us, I think, have interesting perspectives. There are dragons with regards to how one outsources to third-party vendors. By that, I mean it can be very challenging to affect value for money when one outsources the entirety of cybersecurity operations. This needs to be done with very tightly managed and intentional scope of what components of cybersecurity can be effectively outsourced. For example, security monitoring, maybe one domain where you can have best parties who are doing that. Because, Chair, you are absolutely correct. There are highly capable incident response organizations who can do this. The challenge and the dragons lay when one tries to tie outsourcing of cybersecurity with outsourcing of accountability. You can't outsource that. And cities are complex, multi-departmental entities where what's good for the goose is not always good for the gander. And, an OT department that prioritizes safety of operations as its top mandate may not have the same outsourcing appetite as corporate operations for email services. Smaller municipalities have had some success when they outsource because they are so constrained. What we've seen as a trend in medium and larger municipalities is that there is a continued investment in key functions for cybersecurity. And I believe the best continuity of operation for cybersecurity and risk management is when cities do as much as possible in-house. Outsourcing can be a very expensive undertaking that does not result in outcomes. We have done audits in other municipalities where they have outsourced, for example, incident monitoring and response, and found that because the complexity of managing the contractual relationship with some of these large outsourced vendors has such an overhead, they were unable to get the value out of outsourcing that they expected and still had cybersecurity breaches. It is a tricky area to explore. There is value in specific domains, but it does not remove the need to have strong investments internally in the skills and in the program. And perhaps my colleague Darren would have some supplemental comments if you would permit.
And thank you. And through the chair, I'll augment some of what you were describing there, Aaron, by saying that certainly I'm in full agreement with what you've conveyed in your comments. I will state that Valencia's own experiences with municipalities in Canada, with municipalities in the United States, and municipalities in Europe has identified some excellent examples of illustrative practices that other local government entities have achieved in outsourcing segments of their cybersecurity function. One of the key challenges, though, is that there needs to be a recognition that in terms of risk management, in terms of accountability and overall governance, we've noted that some organizations, municipalities, can fall prey to the perspective that by virtue of outsourcing or co-sourcing, there's a risk transference taking place. And that's not necessarily the case. The outsourcer, the co-sourcer is there to work in partnership with the municipality and not to, become the sole owner of risk and accountability pertaining to cybersecurity.
Thanks, Darren. Councillor?
Last question for me, Vice Chair Beatty, and that's to the Deputy Auditor General. We spoke about budgeting 2010, 11, 12. I think you mentioned a bunch of years up until 2015. Do you have any information if anything changed after that? Did we spend some money or did we budget for some money? Did we spend that money? I could be wrong, but I think there was a reserve that we've been using recently to fund some of our current IT stuff. So I'm assuming if there's a reserve, there was some funding, but I don't know that for sure. So after 2015, it seems like there was an ask, there was nothing given for 5 years. Do you have any information as to what happened after that?
Through the chair, for budget analysis of IT requests and then action taken, I would refer that over to Finance and Corporate Services to provide the information. All of our audit reports from 2010 onwards are available on our website, hamilton.ca/audit. And then ultimately, it's a management responsibility and accountability to handle the operational aspects as like for things like the budget.
Perfect. So that's my only question, if we can.
I'm going to look to the bench and see if there's a response. Seeing General Manager Zagaric queuing himself up.
Through the chair, there isn't a capital block for IT. Funding would have come through the budget process, both in capital projects, some capital projects requiring some additional IT operational support, as well as through business cases. I don't know over that period of time how many resources were approved through the budget process. That's information we can look to see in terms of compiling that information. We can look to see how we can do that.
Perfect, thank you. I'll take the chair back. One last look around. Councillor Wilson for a second time, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Again, like my colleague, I don't want to spring a motion on the table, but I am just really interested in learning. So learning from Hamilton Water, learning from organizations are also, they practice culture every day. And so to GM Zagaric's point, I know he's going into a very heavy budget season, but I think looking at the past can inform the future. So I will perhaps give notice. I think some sort of motion that would enable us to look at the past in terms of our budget expression, and then what was invested in and where did that investment come from. I think I heard GM Zagaric talk about there was no capital block for IT. But we're not sure whether the funding came from perhaps some sort of capital fund and or whether it was every year or every other year or whatever a business case was brought and it was a yay or nay at that time. I think it would be really instructive for us to figure this out by looking at some longitudinal history. So just I'll work with my colleagues and GM Zagaric to try and action that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Go ahead.
Thanks, I'll second that. I think I want to be a little bit more clear, though, I think, in what the outcome of that motion could be. One thing I think is important in this is clarity. and I've talked about that since the very first day I was elected. Clarity, clarity, clarity. When we get reports, sometimes they have iterative background information, they're longer than they need to be and so forth. There should be some mechanism to outline a risk. And the way to outline that risk is not by sort of having a parenthetical clause inside of a paragraph, but for there to be some way in reports that say, look, like the risk of you doing this is not by taking this on as a budget mandate of 0%, is this will be what happens to this organization. And I get it, what we do is we direct council. We direct staff as council. But I do really think there needs to be a professional obligation from the city manager at that level, I mean. So if you see there's a risk to the organization as city manager by a direction of council, I think it's your obligation to tell us what that risk is. Not to simply say, well, I was directed by council to do it, so we're all going to just marshal our resources and get it done. Knowing that when you're doing that, actually you're creating a harm to the organization by doing it. And I don't think staff have been empowered in the past, in my experience, to clearly identify those risks because of a worry that there's going to be political backlash. The only person in this organization I think can take on those kinds of conversations is the city manager. So whatever this motion looks like, happy to second it, but I think language has to be clearly in there. The city manager will come forward. If you see a report that comes across your desk and you're identified by professional staff that it's going to put the organization at risk, especially for cybersecurity issues, that you're empowered to say so and put a blazoned red thing at the top of the report saying, warning, this is a bad decision. Don't do it. Here'll be the consequences.
Maybe a blinking light, maybe. Anyways, thank you to both, and you'll work with staff for those motions moving forward. So thank you to Darren and Aaron. Thank you, Deputy Auditor General Menard. I think I have a mover in a second to receive this report and the associated presentation. So show of hands, please. And that carries. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to items for consideration. 8.1 AUD 25008, corporate real estate audit of lease of space at Pier 7, 121 Hyla Drive, formerly 49 Discovery Drive. As the Auditor General Charles Brown comes forward, and Conrad Kim and Shale Kaplan, they'll come to the podium. I just want to let committee members know that what we will do is we will deal with the public part of this item, and then we will go directly into closed now to discuss this item, and then we will come back out of closed and finish off the rest of our agenda. If anybody has an issue with that, you can let me know. Nothing will change, but at least I know, and I'll note it. On my agenda, I'll write the name down. Auditor General Brown, whenever you're ready.
How do I move it forward? It's not moving.
We can't hear anything online, so I know that the microphone is on, but I can't hear you.
Can you hear me,
I
Councillor?
can hear you now.
Yeah, we were just in silence there for a bit, hiding our giggling. We'll be on Auditor General Brown starting in 3 seconds.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And through you, Chair, I'm Charles Brown, Auditor General, here to present our report on the special audit of the lease arrangement of space at Pier 7, 121 Hyla Drive. This was actually part 2 of our audit of leases and license administration, a part that was specifically requested by this committee. The lease at issue was not competitively procured, meaning it was a negotiated lease. So when brought by the real estate office to committee, there were some concerns at the time about being presented with insufficient information and questions about and lead time for decision making and questions about whether the city was getting a fair deal. So that's what our work was meant to address. So the circumstances that actually gave rise to this being a negotiated lease arrangement were that the Hamilton Waterfront Trust decided not to renew their franchise with Williams Fresh Cafe. And this decision was made in late fall of 2023 with formal notification to the franchisor, Williams head office, occurring in January 2024. Under the direction of the then General Manager of Planning and Economic Development, the real estate office began negotiations with Williams Leasing, the restaurant chain's corporate entity, to ensure continued operation of the restaurant by Williams itself. The rationale real estate office have consistently provided is that it was infeasible to carry out a competitive process for food service at this location without disrupting service to the public. Under the terms, the lease would contract the existing restaurant space in exchange for rent and other obligations. As in any other lease, the arrangement would confer exclusive possession of the property and would be between the city and Williams Leasing. Hamilton Waterfront Trust would no longer be a party to the arrangement with Williams. And whereas previously Hamilton Waterfront Trust bore the risk of profit and loss in operating the restaurant, this would now be assumed by Williams. As some of you may recall that when the restaurant was operated by the Waterfront Trust, it consistently lost money. So the goal of this audit was to review the process and analysis leading up to the city entering into a lease with Williams in order to identify opportunities for improvement and to evaluate the reasonableness of the lease from a value for money perspective. To help with the benchmarking analysis of the terms of the lease, we engaged Kroll LLC, specifically the Real Estate Advisory Group. They evaluated using benchmarks whether the negotiated rent was in line with reasonable expectations and assisted in pointing out potential improvements in the process. Their report is in Appendix D. It's more technical in nature and delves into the specific terms of the lease, and for that very reason, we've kept it confidential. In terms of scope, we reviewed the processes, including the information used, the analysis done leading up to the lease, and we concluded on the reasonableness of the rents set for the contract period using Kroll's expertise in identifying and analyzing benchmarks and comparable retail leases. So now getting to our findings. On the issue of fairness of the negotiated rent, what was negotiated, how does that stand up to market comparison? Well, first let me say it's important to understand there are actually three components to the rent. One is basic rent, the monthly fixed payments that are due for the exclusive possession of the property. A second is percentage rent, and this amount is payable to the city. This is an amount payable to the city that's contingent on sales reaching a certain level. So if the renter's sales reaches the agreed threshold, the city receives a percentage of the excess. The third component, there is a fixed additional rent, and these are the amounts that the city receives for utilities, common area maintenance, and capital replacement. So Kroll concluded the basic rent was slightly higher than market. Percentage rent was at the low end of the range, and fixed additional rent left the city exposed to the burden of inflation risk. Taking all three components together, Kroll concluded that the total rent being collected gave slight advantage to the tenant when compared to market benchmarks. However, the difference between Kroll's estimate of fair rent and what was actually negotiated was a difference of $6,000 over 10 years, $600 a year. So well within reasonable parameters of measurement, uncertainty, and negligible considering the time period. So we concluded that the rent was reasonable in the circumstances. There were other findings that were more related to the process. The first one is related to the procurement bylaw, policy 11, for non-competitive procurements. In this case, we're talking about obviously single sourcing situation where the multi-year value exceeds $250,000, requiring approval authority from council before entering into negotiations. Now, that's regardless of the fact that real property transactions are exempt under Schedule B, because the policy does not exempt leases whose primary purpose is revenue generating. In our opinion, the real estate office should have gone to council to present options prior to opening discussions because it was a policy requirement, but I also think it was the sensible thing to do. Given the long-term implications, the risks, the visibility of this amenity and so forth. Now, to be fair, real estate staff did comment back to us that this had not been the practice in the past and would be unworkable due to volume. So with that in mind, we did make a recommendation to clarify the policy and to develop criteria for when in these situations prior approval from council should be obtained. So go back, what we're saying is go back, look at this issue. If there is an issue, then come forward with criteria that are approved by council that we can all agree on. And I drew the analogy of our serious matters reporting, where normally a fraud investigation that we do does not get reported to council until it's complete, typically in the fraud and waste report. But there are certain situations where it makes sense to proactively inform that we are undertaking an investigation in the more serious circumstances. So that's an example of where I brought to council a proposed policy that sets out the criteria where we would report proactively. And so I'm drawing an analogy to that in this situation. Another issue we ran into was that consumption of utilities is not individually metered at the site. So that meant that there was no hard, detailed historical data to use in the negotiations, and challenges in understanding the level of energy consumption. What we're saying is that in any future lease negotiation, the city will again have to rely on estimation and could face the risk of again having to bear the burden of rising utility costs, inflation. Another issue with not metering is the lack of incentive for tenants to economize and carefully manage energy costs, given the costs they bear are fixed and rise only slightly over the term of this contract. In our view, an analysis of the costs and benefits of separate metering should be brought to council. We also had a concern about the lack of data, not only related to these historical costs, but in the net rentable area of space and in market comparisons and other supporting information. In fact, we found no evidence of any formal appraisal. Now, you might ask, how did the real estate office develop its negotiating position without knowing the rentable area with which to compare to other properties? It appears that the real estate office relied on a different approach, and we talk about this in the report, that being something called the gross rent occupancy cost, GROC. It relies on future sales and growth assumptions and relies on applying a generally accepted percentage to come up with the occupancy cost for a particular type of business. And we were provided with that analysis that was used by real estate staff. In this case, I asked Kroll to provide me a range for the GROC percentages that they would consider reasonable for this type of business. And we found that the average GROC over the lease term percentage fell within that same range. So we did conclude that it was a reasonable alternative. And also considering the fact that the negotiated rent using GROC percentage came very close to Kroll's own market value assessment, then we concluded that the rent was reasonable in the circumstances. We made 4 recommendations, which were agreed to by management. That had to do with real estate office bringing forward to council their analysis and the costs and benefits of individual metering, that they work with procurement staff to clarify and identify criteria for when council is to be proactively informed and approval obtained before opening negotiations with a prospective tenant in a non-competitive lease. That real estate office bring forward a formal appraisal report when seeking council approval of a negotiated lease, and that they also bring to council an analysis of the potential use of tenant inducements in leases. Now, tenant, I didn't talk very much about that, but it is something that was in the Kroll report that they recommend be considered. So in this case, we recommend council direct staff to report back on the status of the recommendations by April 2026. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Auditor General. Committee members, right now we'll take questions of this presentation only. Once we conclude that, we will go into private and confidential. Councillor Crunch, are you on the presentation? Go ahead. Followed by Councillor Taddison.
Yeah, I definitely have some questions for the closed session, but my questions for you and on your presentation relate specifically to Waterfront Trust, I suppose. And they were the former leaseholder of this city property with Williams. In the course of your audit, did you interview Hamilton Waterfront Trust staff or any members of the board of directors for the Hamilton Waterfront Trust?
No.
Could you say why or why not?
Well, it wasn't relevant to me. I was aware of the issue of, the circumstances already of why they gave up continuation of the lease. I was aware certainly of the issues they had in performance. But for me, the issue was, did we get a fair rent, and did we as a city follow an appropriate process that was leading up to? So the issue was, why a non-competitive procurement? Did we get a fair deal? Those were the two key issues.
Fair enough. And my interest in this audit has never been from a value for money perspective, meaning I didn't ever think that we were in a situation where there was an issue with value for money. For me, what I saw as two issues, and you flagged them, are number one, not having a runway to be able to have a competitive process in the first place, right? So that this came into being sort of a non-competitive process. Our compliance with policy 11. But from my perspective, actually, I think it's really important to have had that conversation with the Waterfront Trust about this, because I think the process really depended a lot upon them. and the negotiations that they were involved in with this whole thing. I can say that as the chair of the Waterfront Trust. I mean, we can't go back in time and do that. I'm just letting you know that I think that that was an important thing, because I think there would have been other things to discuss had we had those conversations. But I think that what I'm understanding you're saying is that policy 11 was not followed from your perspective. And I guess I'm just wondering if you think the changes you've recommended are because I feel like there's a tension in this conversation, to be just frank about it. There's you saying, look, I think this is how I understand policy 11, and by the way, I agree with you. And then real estate staff are saying, well, we disagree with you slightly about this. We think it would be unmanageable for us to be able to operate policy 11 in the way it's written and the way you're saying it's understood, because we have a past practice of doing this thing. So how is that going to get resolved? Is my maybe last question.
Through the chair, well, I think that, you know, we interpret policy 11 as we interpret it, and I did consult with the procurement staff as well. Starting with maybe removing some of the ambiguities in how it's currently worded, number one. For example, the exception for real estate transactions, where it says items below are exempt from the requirements of procurement policy 11. And there's a list of them, including real estate transactions, except where the primary purpose of the undertaking relates to revenue generating lease. Well, maybe that's too open for debate as to what that means. So first of all, at the very least, clear up any ambiguity as to what that means. But further than that, because of I think, the importance of being proactive and getting approval prior to negotiations, getting approval by council, I think that type of thing should be made explicit so that there's an understanding and not a debate about what words mean.
Councillor?
Yep, that's very helpful. I think it's a really important part of this for me. I think if council is going to be asked about certain things over certain dollar values and on certain kinds of contracts or leases or licenses, if we're asked at a moment when there's a kind of pressure involved, and I'll give you the pressure here just so we're all being real clear about it. What nobody wanted was to see Williams closed down for any period of time while we transferred operations to the city from the Hamilton Waterfront Trust. That was a preoccupation for everybody involved in this. It was discussed publicly. We wanted to understand, to make sure that there wasn't going to be a huge overlap. Well, the only way to do that and allow whoever wants to bid to be the lease holder or lease operator of that is to do it well in advance. If you do it right when there's a transition point or a point of pressure where we don't have the ability to carry on this anymore, so we have to do it in this timeline, it puts council in almost an impossible position, because it's coming forward and we're saying, here, we're doing this thing, and it's happening in this time period, and as a result, we're going to have to move ahead. And there were a bunch of key things missing, key metrics missing, like an appraisal was missing, for instance. And, you know, I can ask these questions to the experts on the subject, but, you know, that confidence level that we need as councillors to be able to say, yeah, I feel really great about this, isn't there in a situation like that. And so I really appreciate this audit, and from my perspective, I think the past practice hasn't been helpful. In my time here, I feel like we ought to be moving to a system where there is more notice, or we have a little more consultation, understanding of what's happening, and there's more proactivity around these kinds of things. Because if we wait until a moment where there's pressure, or a moment where there's some kind of financial problem or issue or other kind of situation, we're going to make decisions that are reactive, and I think those decisions don't serve the public or the people who depend on these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tattison?
Thanks for your presentation, Auditor General. In your literature there, you said there's 3 components to rent: basic, then you said percentage rent based on sales at a certain level, and fixed additional rent utilities. So my question is, if we look at you said it was basically $600 difference over 10 years, could that $600
per year?
$600 per year?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. $600 per year, so it's $6,000 over 10 years. Could that have been recovered through sales achieving a certain level?
Through the chair, no, I don't believe, because that's not what it means. What they took the totality of that and worked out a number with their independent analysis, and that was the difference of 6,000. It's not going to go away. That's the difference from what they would have. So if we had hired them to negotiate a rent, they would have given us a number that was slightly more in rent. Now, could it have been compensated by an additional percentage? That would be one way to accomplish that objective of closing the gap, but there are many different ways that you could reach a different number. Those are explained in detail in the Appendix B. If you look at Kroll's report, they get into quite some detail about how they came up with those numbers, and I don't know if Conrad wants to comment on your question. I'll leave it for them to decide.
Conrad, anything to add to that?
Yeah, the $6,000 over 10 years, it did take into account some percentage rent. So we had to make a forecast of what sales are going to be into the future to make that. If the sales were to outperform our projection, then that number could change. The landlord would be in a more favorable position because they'd be earning more on percentage rent, so the number could change. But the 6,000 was our estimate, and it was contingent on a sales forecast.
Councillor Tattison?
Through the chair, just to add to that.
Sorry, go ahead.
So what he's drawing into this is, it's not a number it's a number that comes from your own assumptions, and forecasts are sort of built into it. That's what I was talking about. Within the bounds of measurement uncertainty, $600 per year, I think is quite doable in terms of it's not much of a gap there. So.
Right, and then I guess my follow-up question is, if the sales levels weren't achieved, then that
we would get more money.
Right.
If they had higher sales.
Okay,
so if the sales turn out to be higher than the forecast that they used in their assumptions, then the city would be getting more money for the rent.
Right, and then we could basically make up that amount. Okay, thanks so much for this then. I guess basically a comment, aside from the ambiguities in process in dealing with council and future considerations, could I reasonably conclude, it seems to me like it was a lot of work by the Auditor General, and am I correct that this report would be validation for staff that their calculations based on many assumptions came pretty close to market value? And so I think that they were, in light of, we had conditions, don't close Williams down, but let's change ownership. Staff's almost in I'm not going to say it's an impossible position, but I think they did a pretty good job. Would that be a reasonable conclusion?
So I think we said this in the report. Staff went into this, through you, Chair, sorry. Staff went into this, I believe, with the best of intentions, to avoid having closure of the facility, closure of the amenity. It was something that they did with, well, A, under direction of the general manager, but B, I think they went at it with the best of intentions. And I think they accomplished that objective.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Taston. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you to the auditor. I'm wondering if you could help further. I'm still struggling with the policy 11, and on page 3 of 4 in Appendix B, it says Appendix A, but it's actually, I think, Appendix B. Is the intent here, I'll read it aloud, when required, that is, when staff do not have delegated authority with respect to a particular transaction, council direction is sought prior to finalizing or executing any agreement. So, just so I'm clear, in that case, the role of council is we are to be advised or informed, but we are not to direct on the matter.
Otter, do you want to take it, or you, Councillor Wilson? I can also look at the front bench.
I'm just questioning whether you're looking at the procurement policy 11 or the delegation of authority.
On page 3 of 4, it says a management response. Agree.
Oh, you're looking at the report.
Yeah, if I'm not allowed to do that, I'm happy to wait from the chair, get some direction.
Yeah, I'm okay with the question. My only concern on the report is making sure we don't talk about anything that needs to be dealt with in camera, but go ahead.
If I can just step back for a minute, I think if I'm understanding some of the comment is some of the consternation might be that council, some of these things, there is a need for continuity and service. So for Williams to maintain operations and service to the community, it may be that is advising council sufficient because sometimes the scheduling as such is not to affect, right? Like we need to sign this tomorrow and council gets the report the night before. I'm just trying to understand what this means on the page 3 of 4. Council direction is sought prior to finalizing or executing any agreement. Are we there to inform?
Oh, okay.
Inform
the
or
recommendations, I'm looking in the wrong place.
Inform or affect? That's my question. Thank you. I'm just not understanding. Thank you.
So there are two issues here. One is the delegation of authority and the other is the procurement policy. The procurement policy relates to having to, it's a requirement as I see it, depending on how you interpret what some might say is ambiguity in the language, but as we interpret it, it was in fact a requirement to get council's prior approval before entering into negotiations. So that's negotiation stage. That's not the delegation of authority stage where you actually have a contract to sign. And that's a slightly different animal where council in some circumstances has the approval authority for that actual contract being entered into. If you catch my, there is a distinction between those two elements and it's slightly different. I think council, well, we see this where the city manager has delegated authority to simply sign a contract. They don't need the approval of council, but it exceeds a certain threshold, have to come to council to get approval to sign. I hope that distinction clarifies the issue.
Councillor Wilson? Go ahead, Councillor Crutch, second time.
Yeah, I really think it's important what Councillor Maureen Wilson was asking, so I'm going to try and pick up the thread and chase it a little bit. So my understanding, based on what you're saying and based on the reading I have here is, this met a certain threshold for council to approve the lease contract or whatever it might be, however we define that, before it was executed. So there's some point milestone here. I don't really care about dithering into too much of it, but like as a delegated authority could be the case because it's over a certain cash value. It could be policy 11 with respect to a procurement, but the point is council has a point where it decides, yes, okay, we want to do something. Where exactly in this situation is that point?
So the major point we're making is not related to delegation of authority. It's related to seeking approval before you enter into negotiations in a non-competitive situation.
Thank you. So that makes sense to me.
Right?
And so
that's the issue we're raising. The more important point, which possibly could have avoided, in our view, it made sense, number one, but also was required that before talking to a prospective proponent, before deciding this would be a single source, that the issue be brought to council, and so that the risks could be discussed, so that you could discuss how risky would it be? How long would it take to do a full competitive procurement? What if we lost the summer for that amenity, or maybe even into the fall? What are those risks? That's what we're saying should have happened before even talking to Williams head office. That's the major conclusion we drew. Make sure we clarify those instances where council wants to be involved and informed and their approval sought for such a...
Did you discover as part of this audit, and maybe this goes back to my very first question, and maybe you didn't discover it as part of the audit, and it's just an outstanding question for us to consider, when the actual lease was engaged in from a, there's various points in a lease negotiation where you can't go back, right? So there's the final signing off of the lease, right, where it's been signed by all parties and you can't go back. But there are also other steps along the way where principals agree in principle to this and agree in principle to that, and we're just waiting for a ratification, those kinds of things. My question to you is, over the course of your investigation, did you look at that timeline and see when actually this was entered into vis-a-vis when it came to council?
Through the chair, I believe this went came before you in May 1st or somewhere around that time. Having already negotiated the major terms and conditions, those negotiations had been going on for months. Okay, and the expiry was on that date, if you recall.
I recall.
I can appreciate the situation that council was in, being jammed to make a decision. Whereas I think the better approach would have been to come at the earliest opportunity to council some months before and say, is this a good idea? Should we enter into negotiations? Blah, blah, blah. This is what we recommend. And then the risks could be evaluated and council would be more involved up front in the decision making. So
I'm
that's
asking
our
a
position.
slightly more specific question. If you don't have the answer, it's okay. I'm just wondering if it was part of your investigation. Actually, whatever point it was, not the negotiations, whatever point it was that actually the agreement was made. So let's put it that way, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
so whatever point the agreement gets made, there's various different agreements points in these kinds of things, depending on the situation. That's what I'm asking, if you discovered when the agreement itself was made.
I couldn't give you the specific date. It's not something that, but it's something that we would have in our files. I didn't report that.
That's important to me. I'll follow up with you about that afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Vice Chair, I only have one question just for clarification. So we talked about delegated authority, trying to interpret what it means and that sort of stuff. You mentioned that the GM directed staff to go and do this. Does the GM have the authority to do that? You mentioned like real estate staff doesn't need to follow or believes they have delegated authority over the policy. You don't agree. Does the GM have delegated authority to instruct his staff to go and do that work?
Through the chair, no. So it doesn't matter whether you're a GM. I think it's clear that the policy, to me, says that prior approval. Let me get the wording, just for greater clarity.
There was a lot of confusion yesterday, so I want to make sure there's no confusion today.
Policy of them prior to city staff. I presume that means the GM, entering into any discussions with any vendor regarding the purchase of goods or services. Council must approve any requests for negotiations for a procurement that is multi-year, more than $250,000.
Councilor.
Thank you. Okay, I don't have any further speakers. What I would like to do is mover and seconder, which I don't believe we have to receive this presentation. So can I have that? Councillor Cretch, Councillor Beatty. Show of hands to receive the presentation, and that carries. Thank you. And now I'm going to need mover and seconder to permit Conrad Kim and Shale Kaplan of Crow.
Councillor, first we need a mover and a seconder to defer consideration of the report until after closed.
I missed that part. Same two movers and seconders, Crutch Beatty, to defer consideration of this report until after closed session. Show of hands. That one's done. Thank you. And now, mover and seconder will use the same two to permit Conrad Kim and Shale Kaplan of Kroll to attend closed session respecting item 11.1, confidential appendix B to item 8.1, report AUD 25008, respecting corporate real estate audit of lease of space at Pier 7. This one is electronic vote. Committee members, please and thank you. Bear with us. It is the first electronic vote of the day, so it will take some time for the robots to wake up. Correct. That carries 7-0. We're going to use the same mover and seconder and move into closed session. That would be Councillor Crutch, Councillor Beatty. Respecting item 11.1 pursuant to section 9.3 subsection J of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392 subsection J of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial information that belongs to the city or a local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value. Please indicate your electronic vote now. Councillor Crutch, your thumbs up to move into close. Thank you. So am I, Sal. Thank you. Everybody else that's using their computers, I thank you for that. That carries 7-0. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting, where you'll see members of committee rejoin the meeting. Committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. Before we move into closed section, I will ask all members of the public to please exit council chambers and WebEx now. Thank you. Staff that are not directly related to the items are asked to please exit the meeting now as well. And a reminder to all members of committee to please ensure you move into a closed session portion of eScribe. I also remind members of committee that as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited, and the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communication only and not as a telephone, recording device, or camera. Staff from the Office of the City Clerk are exempted from subsection 8.7C when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes. When we have determined that the appropriate attendees are still in council chambers and the WebEx, we will move on to item 11.1. Welcome back, everyone. So 8.1 AUD 250008, corporate real estate audit lease and space. I need a mover and a second to approve the recommendations in the report. Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Beatty. This is an electronic vote, please. No, there's no questions. Yes, electronic vote, please. I'm in favor, so thank you. That carries 6-0. Thank you. 8.2, FCS 21082I, Utility Billing Transition Summer 2025 Program Update. Mover and seconder to put the report on the floor. Councillor Alex Wilson? Councillor Taddison? Awesome. Any questions, or are we going to the electronic vote? Councillor Beatty, go ahead.
I do have some questions.
Let's do it.
This, as I understand it, pertains to the switchover from Electra to taking this in-house. And I'm trying to understand the implications or the confidence that the timelines are going to be met in terms of our ability to roll out this program, because I think that there is considerable work now that's been identified that has to be done. Could I get either a public high-level view from staff on what's fully involved in this, a little briefing, or enter into a conversation about the level of confidence we have in our ability to do what needs to be done in order that we meet the timelines, because frankly, I'm concerned about our track record when it comes to meeting timelines publicly. And if we're going to run into a place where we have to continually extend again and come back here and offer extensions, and some explanation I think would be appreciated, Chair.
No problem. I think Director Pereira, are you going to take that? Awesome.
Through the Chair, Clayton Pereira, Director of Revenue Services. So maybe I'll just start off with just giving an overview of the report, and then we'll use that opportunity to answer the question from Councillor Beatty. So the city is preparing to transition from Electra to its own in-house utility billing system, known as the Hamilton Utilities Billing, otherwise known as HUB. Originally planned for November 2025, the go-live date has been moved to March 30th to allow more time for testing, data conversion, and staff training. These adjustments reduce risk and ensures the system is ready to serve residents smoothly, with Electra continuing billing services under a contingency agreement until then. A key challenge that has been identified is Payments Canada regulations preventing the transfer of existing pre-authorized payment information from Electra, requiring a re-enrollment campaign for about 53,000 customers. To minimize disruption, staff are recommending the use of Optima Communications for customer support, with up to $500,000 in additional funding to manage this transition. The total cost of this project is currently forecasted at $10.7 million, so $500,000 higher than the original plan. And the $500,000 is specifically due to the Payment Canada regulations that that staff identified in April of this year. The steps are essentially designed to reduce the risk, maintain fairness for residents, and protect the city's rate budget, positioning the HUB team for a successful launch in 2026. Now, in terms of the question that has been raised, the overall sort of direction is to work with re-enrolling the pre-authorized customers. So it's an opportune time from majority of these customers are snowbirds. So we want to try and start the campaign as early as this month and go right into the point when we are looking to have it going live. So everything else will work in tandem through the pre-authorized campaign that we are looking to try and set up. So the risk from that perspective is really having a number of customers coming on board to the city's pre-authorized program. And if they don't sign up, then they're just going to be getting a bill. And the risk mitigation that has been identified in the report is that if they don't sign up and they thought they were pre-authorized customers, there's a potential waiving of penalty. But beyond that, we continuing our motion to continue the testing, the integration, which will just give us additional confidence while we try and deal with the campaign.
Okay, so I have a follow-up question. 53,000 customers, many of them, you've identified a particular segment within our customer base, which suggests perhaps those City of Hamilton residents that are of older age. Many of them are going to find this an absolute surprise that they have to now re-enroll in a particular program because many of them, I would estimate, probably began the pre-authorized remittance program predating even amalgamation. Many of them have been customers since the region of Hamilton Wentworth, 30 years or so as customers. Is there a threshold that you have internally as to where you think you need to be in order to have the ability to move forward? Meaning if you get to a certain point and you've only enrolled half of the customers that need to be enrolled, is there a mechanism where you're anticipating you're going to have to come back to this body and say, we need more time because we don't have enough of our customers signed up for our new program? I guess that's my first follow-up question to that. Is there a threshold?
Through the chair, no. As the pre-authorized is obviously a payment option. So in the absence of a pre-authorized plan being set up, they would just get a bill and then they would have to pay it. So if they get the bill and they were under the assumption that it was pre-authorized, there would be penalty accruing, and then that would result in a conversation with the hub team to then work with setting them up if they choose to, and then we would be working to waive the penalty because of the program introduction. So no threshold at this point. It's just a feature that's there, and it's a learning opportunity, which is part of the campaign where we are targeting the 53,000 odd customers in order to re-enroll.
Okay. If we proceed with the recommendation, it also seeks to delay the implementation of the stormwater rate program until July. If for any reason we miss those thresholds, miss those timelines, and we have to extend again, this is a transition that Electra is undertaking with multiple municipalities. It's not just us. And from my limited knowledge, there's almost a queue system that Electra has. And it's not automatic that we just go back to Electra and say, we need an extension. We actually lose our place in line and another municipality supersedes us. What consideration has been given to that outcome? So if we get to March and we go, oh boy, we're not there yet, what is the next milestone marker that we anticipate we'd be meeting because we get removed from the queue, another municipality gets plugged into the queue, and then we're really being stretched out for the implementation of both the billing system and the stormwater rate congruently? Do we have any estimate of what that might look like?
Through the chair, and that's an excellent question. So in conversations with Electra, we are queued first, and then first as in for March, and then it would be the following municipality. If for whatever reason we missed the March, then we would be going into June would be the earliest opportunity to essentially move that. Now, given that the risk is only at this point specifically going to do with trying to educate the pre-authorized customers that are currently in there to migrate them to the cities, the risk is relatively low. But that said, if for whatever reason there's other milestones not being targeted, then we will continue to work with the timelines that Electra enabled us for the next opportunity being in June.
Okay, so then the June implementation for the automatic withdrawal comes into effect, but then there's a corresponding delay with the stormwater rate implementation as well. When does that get bumped to, through the chair? Or does it maintain a July? Like, do you just go June for implementation of the auto withdrawal and then we hold to the July implementation of the stormwater rate? Or does that milestone get bumped as well?
Through the chair, it's likely for it to get bumped as well, because the way how the billing system works is that we need the construct of the report is we need to have a billing system in place and then work on the stormwater. So we're giving ourselves in the report, we're giving ourselves 2 months to ensure that the stormwater is in place by July the 1st. So naturally, if the utility billing system implementation is now delayed to June, then that means the stormwater would have to be bumped further.
And by further, is there an estimate on when that would be?
At this point, no, but I can say that it also be 2 months, just like the case with it is currently constructed in the report.
Okay, Chair, my worry among many on this is, and I want to be careful on how I phrase this because we'd be pushing it potentially very close into the election cycle, and I'll call the elephant in the room. And I'm not worried about it from the perspective of us knocking on doors. What I'm worried about is the ability, if we have a council that isn't able to nimbly and accurately, quickly respond to the needs of an ever-changing landscape, because whatever happens during the cycle that impedes our ability to do that, will we be able to respond as a council to the needs of staff in offering legislative direction, be it that we're going to be potentially in the dead heat of that election cycle? Has that been contemplated?
So I think your question is, if we use the 2-month threshold, like the director just said, it would move from July 1st to September 1st. Is that a concern? Do we even have the ability to do anything at that time, depending on what's happening with that? Is that where you're going?
That's where I'm going.
I don't know. It's a hypothetical, but I guess still something that could cause some problems. GM Zagarek.
Yeah, through the chair, in the spirit of a number of conversations this morning and this afternoon with committee, we would come back to committee as soon as possible as it relates to if we see some headwinds or challenges with respect to these dates, and to seek either approval or give notice with any impacts that may have in terms of both the implementation of the utility billing and the stormwater. Further to Director Pereira's comments, I'll just also add it's critical for us to implement the utility billing effectively to demonstrate the relationship between the wastewater rate and stormwater, and to deliver those communications prior to the implementation of the stormwater rate. And so we're mindful of that beyond the capacity issues and the risks if we were to implement both in the same time period. Again, we do recognize the importance of a successful implementation. With respect to the pre-authorized payments, our hope is actually to exceed. And in the midst of a postal strike, we see the opportunities for ratepayers and property tax owners to utilize, some of these options beyond mailouts. And so I see it as an opportunity for us not to meet, but possibly to exceed the utilization or participation in pre-authorized payment programs. So we're hopeful. We'll look at all sorts of tools in terms of how we can get participation and encouragement from the community. Thank you.
I have a comment, and I don't know if there's anybody else on the
I just have a clear one question, but go ahead with your comment.
I look at the implementation. The only model, the only template that I have as a governor to look at in terms of the implementation of a new program is the recently implemented VUT. And the VUT was not a perfect implementation, I would say. We had to ask for extensions, I believe, twice. There was some considerable confusion amongst some members of our community and their ability to kind of process what was being asked of them. I know that I sat in my office in Stony Creek and watched people line up for hours trying to seek clarity and understand what was being asked of them. That same demographic, potentially, many of them are about to head south for a few months and then come back right when that billing cycle is expected to start in March. That's a flag. But on a broader scale, I think that we don't have a terrific track record, and I don't mean this in a disparaging way. I absolutely don't. There's challenges. There's challenges everywhere, but our track record with VUT is not great. And I'm very, very concerned about making sure we have enough runway for the effective implementation of this new program, learning lessons from the VUT implementation. I want to make sure that you have enough runway as staff for successful completion, that the runway is not too short that you run right into a wall. So I don't think there's any direction that I'm giving at this point other than raising concerns and flags. I would hope that it would come before this committee for future discussion the moment you get an inkling that things are going wrong. Please don't hesitate. I really don't want us to have a second iteration of an implementation that causes concern in the community. So I'll leave it at that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anybody else? Councillor Tadison?
Just I noted it says that this, I'm just thinking about from the stormwater, there are lots of people in the city that are not serviced by Electra right now. So you're going to be challenged to get that information from them in communicating, correct? So is there going to be delays with that? Like in the says stormwater only accounts will take some time to set up and a targeted communication strategy will be employed. We've had like some significant, outreach. And I hate to say this, but like less than a dozen people showed up to a budget meeting in my community. So how are we going to engage these people to get them ready, especially ones that are going to be resistant to sharing that information?
GM Zakir, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll start, and then Director Pereira can speak to it.
Sorry, GM, not to cut you off. I just want to let everybody know. It is 12:50, and we do have another meeting. So, GM, I might put you on
very
a clock.
quickly.
Thank you.
So this relates to only those properties that have water or wastewater services. So if they are currently on water or wastewater, there would be an account for those properties, and that information would reside with Electra, and we would reach out directly to those properties.
But what about my Hydro One customers? How do we reach out to them? Because there will be a stormwater bill for them. Let's look at the particulars.
GM, I know John Savoy is online too, had his hand up. I guess he wanted to chime in as well. GM, I don't know if you want to go first or John. I'll leave it to you guys. But John, keep it short, and we'll hear from you now. If you're here, turn your camera on, please. Okay, sorry, John. GM Zagaric, you're up.
Through the chair, if they are Hydro 1 account holders, I know that we have been sending out billing to those property owners because they would have either water or wastewater. So irrespective who their hydro provider is, if they're on the city's water or wastewater service, we would have information regarding water and wastewater. And I see John. So John may have, if your question is regarding stormwater services, not water, wastewater, I'll ask John if he can speak to that, please.
John, go ahead.
Through the chair, John Savoya, Senior Policy Advisor for Corporate Services. So there's two aspects to this. So the pre-authorized right now is focused on those that are already on pre-authorized payment with electric utility. So that's only the current customers that are getting water and wastewater connection and billed through Electra. So that is the initial pre-authorized focus. As far as the stormwater billing, that will be done, like Councillor Tavis mentioned, the property, there will be lots of properties that are currently not on the city's water wastewater system, both in the urban area and in the rural area. We have plenty of properties inside the urban area that do not have a water connection. We will be obtaining that information through the assessment of the actual stormwater is done through GIS, through mapping, aerial mapping that our consultant's doing. And the information, we have the information through the tax roll as far as who are the property owners for all the various properties. So we will be marrying the two together in order to generate the stormwater billing, which will take place 3 months after the go live of the utility billing system. So those 3 months will be where we're going to have a dedicated communication strategy to allow all our customers to understand about the stormwater billing, and for those that will be receiving a stormwater utility billing for the first time, specific information geared for them on how to make payment to the city at that time, etc.
Councillor Tattison?
Thanks for that information. No more questions.
Thank you. Mover and seconder, I think we have already. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Very quickly. What's the report back on this? When would we get an update on the status of this coming forward? And forgive me if it's embedded.
Is there a date in the report, Director Pereira, that says you're going to come back, or are we only coming back if you have a concern?
Through the chair, there is no date in the report. As you mentioned, we will be looking to come back to the committee should there be a reason to come earlier than March 30th.
Councillor, do you want?
I think I would feel better, Chair, with respect, if we could preload some kind of report back to this body, just with a status update. You can give us the thumbs up that it's going well, or you can identify any of the obstacles or pressure points within the implementation. I'd rather have a proactive built-in reporting mechanism for that.
Do you have a date in mind?
Where are we? Q.
It's October 1, let's call it. Jan 1?
So let's say, yeah, Q. I'd be generous enough to say January 1st.
Directors, January 1st for you to come back and tell us how things are going. Is that a problem, concern? Are you okay?
Through the chair, what we could do is a series of things. We could first have a status report, probably later this year, and then have milestones leading up to March 30th through this sort of committee. And that way, that would appease the request that has been made.
So those reports will be part of your status report will identify those milestones. Is that what you're saying? Like when those milestones would be reported?
That is correct.
So in fairness, then, we don't have the schedule set out for the 2026 committee cycle as of yet, but if the wording could be stated as such that the first AFNA of January 2026, if that's appropriate, and then I think that gives specificity enough.
So you want the status report to come on the first AFNA meeting in
January 2026.
Do we got to amend this report, Clerk, to include that somewhere?
Yes, please.
Okay, I would move that.
Councillor Beatty will move it. Councillor Crutch will second it, that staff will report back with a status update at the first AFNA meeting in January of 2026. GM Zagaric and Director Perry, you good with that?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to vote on the amendment, then we'll vote on the report, and then we'll go to the next one. Let's go to the amendment. Moved by Councillor Beatty, second by Councillor Crutch. All in favor? Electronic vote, please. Thumbs up from me, so. That carries 6-0. Thank you. Now on the amended report, same mover and seconder, Councillor Beatty, Councillor Crutch. Oh, do we already have them? Perfect. Let's vote. All in favor on the report as amended. Thumbs up for me, Sal. Thank you. That carries 6-0. Thank you. 8.3 FCS 25066 is the council and committee meeting schedule. Mover and seconder put the item on the floor. Councillor Crutch, Councillor Beatty. Any questions for staff? Going once, going twice, sold. Indicate your vote now, please. And this will be electronic, and we are basically approving Appendix A to the report. Thumbs up. That carries 6-0. Mover and second to approve the amendments to the OBL. Councillor Alex Wilson? Sure. Councillor Taddison? Thank you. Any questions on the OBL? Thank you. Electronic vote, please. Thumbs up for me. That carries 6-0. Again, thank you for the speed. Councillor Wang, motions 9.1, one-time funding request. Go ahead and introduce your motion and your seconder, please.
I want to take this time to read this entire motion into. Just joking.
Yeah. I like it.
As you would have heard, committee, this is a one-time funding ask from Liberty for Youth for just to help them with operations. If you will see from the whereas statements, all of the good things that they have done, but therefore be it resolved that this is a one-time grant for Liberty for Youth from the Ward 4 Capital Discretionary Account 33023094000 to an upset limit, including contingency, not to exceed $50,000. That all funds allocated will be exempt on a one-time basis and not to be counted towards any formula that restricts regular funding from the city, including the City Enrichment Fund for 2025 and 2026, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to direct and execute any required agreements or ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. And my seconder is Councillor Taddison.
Councillor Wang, that was impressive. Councillor Taddison and Beatty want to just stretch this out just a little bit longer. Councillor Taddison.
Well, I know you're sick of hearing me say this.
I am.
When I was a principal.
Yes, we know. You're an educator. We get it. Move on.
Anyways, fair enough. I want to say that I fully support this. I've known Frederick for 20 years. His daughter was a student in one of my schools. He was compassionate and passionate about this then, and he still continues today, and I want to see him continue to thrive, and this is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beatty?
Thank you. My question is to staff, and I'm supportive of the motion, and I'll be voting in favor, but we see more and more of these one-time funding applications coming across. Sometimes the wording within the motions is such that is a requirement for submission of receipts or proof of payment or some kind of financial responsibility. Sometimes they're not. In this case, there isn't any kind of, and I don't want to use the term accountability piece in a degrading or demeaning or negative way. I really don't, because I'm sure that the organization is sound. I'm sure that there's nothing untoward ever happening. This is a fantastic organization with a deep impact. But with that said, is there a standard approach that staff use in some of these cases where one-time funding applications are made that would ensure some kind of traceability, trackability, or an accountability piece built in, or are we kind of just providing the money and hoping for the best. And again, I don't mean that in any negative way in connotation with this particular application. It's just a broad statement of how do we ensure financial accountability for taxpayer dollars.
Jim Zagaric, give you about 60 seconds.
Yeah. Through the chair, given the size of the organization and not to create an onerous responsibility for the organization, it could be just that they provide proof at the end of the fiscal year, I'm assuming their calendar year, that the funds were expended, and some form of proof demonstrating that.
Councillor, and I think you're looking not specific to this Liberty of Youth, you're talking about just moving forward. You'd think that's something, I'm guessing that's where you're going.
I think it should be a consideration moving forward that perhaps there's a more standardized approach to how these motions are created to ensure that that's done. I'm not going to try to introduce something on the floor or turn this around, but it is a consideration. I think there's a little more scrutiny that we're facing in these times. So just putting that forward that for future consideration.
Okay, work with James Zagaric and hopefully bring some forward. So I think we have everybody. Approve or don't approve? Let's do it. Thumbs up for me. Carried 6-0.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you, Councillor. 9.1A, correspondence. We're just going to receive the correspondence from Gabriel Nicholson. Mover and second to receive that. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Beattie. Show of hands, please. And that carries. And I don't believe we have anything else but to adjourn. Thank you. Let's not make a habit of finishing at 1:04 p.m. Thank you, committee members. We are adjourned.